Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Gorgeous Thursday afternoon at South Ozone Park, New York, as we are just 10 minutes away from the opener on this card here at Belmont at the Big A. Live coverage as well from Shelbyville, Indiana. We'll check in with Rachel McLaughlin in just a little bit. About 70 minutes to post from their kicking off their card out there. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you on the final countdown here of this racetrack that has been an integral part of this city.
It is, I know. Just a dozen days left to go here at Aqueduct, which has been our home for many, many years. And it's going to be hard to leave, but when you know that you've got obviously Saratoga coming up at the opening of the new Belmont Park, $500 million, I should say, in a long time coming. You know, it's funny, they've been talking about the end of Aqueduct and reopening of Belmont for longer than I've been working here. I've been 18 years. And we'll be heading over there finally. It finally happens.
Incredible what we're going to be moving into, but we will miss it here, no question. Race 2 early on. Kind of an early feature on our program. 6 furlongs, an allowance optional claiming field. Fillies and mares 4 and up. My magic wand looks like she could be very tough in this spot for Gregory. Sacco comes out of a graded stake in the vagrancy.
I mean, you look at every race she's running since she came back off winning here last June, and this is her winning in June of last year, just a little under a year ago. She lost to With the Angels. She lost to Twirling Beauty. She lost to Mystic Lake. Last time out, Grammy Girl, Mystic Lake as well, Praying. These are horses that are in a different category than who she's running against here. And while this old pro kind of runs by appointment only, it feels like she's found a field that she's supposed to be able to handle, unless the big Calhouna is able to re-find her good form, because she does have some fairly recent good form.
Yeah, Big Calhouna, she's coming off a layoff dating back to December 7th, so that's going to be her 5-year-old debut coming up. That'll be race 2. Kick off the early pick 4. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm here. Fast and firm at Horseshoe Indy as well. And again, about 8 minutes away if you're putting multi-race wagers together to play this early pick 5, almost $150,000 in the pool. You can, of course, play it right there at Nara Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in match 200 at sign up at NaraBets.com. So we're going to kick off the card with a New York-bred $35,000 maiden claiming 1 turn. Mile, let's head downstairs. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, while we do see the outside runner in here, Island Charm, your favorite, and I really have no complaints with her. Let's check in with some horses who will try to stretch out their speed, namely number 4 in here, My Girl Aubrey, who for Ilkay Cantermasi, if you're just judging horses purely based on physical appearances without your PPs in hand, I would actually land on her. I think she looks best of all in this group today, as she could work out to be the inside speed, as last time in that open maiden 45, she was pressing on the rail. She kind of was in a tough spot where she had to be sent through at the 3/8, and she battled and she just faded late. So I'm thinking, well, if she can work out to be the clear-cut speed, we'll see what Island Charm does, who does have some early foot, at least in her longer races. But if My Girl Aubrey can get out there and get in a rhythm with rider Flavien Prat aboard, maybe she can see things out here. Now, she's not necessarily built like a horse who absolutely wants to go longer, but she looks fantastic. She has great forward energy, and maybe she's the one that just gets brave out there on the front end. Now, number 3, All Fun and Games. This will be her first try against restricted New York breds coming in here from Delaware Park. And, you know, she only has 1 fast track effort. That was at Finger Lakes, and that was going 4.5 furlongs. There is nothing about this big, robust daughter of Practical Joke that looks like she wants 4.5. I think a mile might suit her well. Maybe 7/8, given the pedigree, would be a little bit better. But I think physically she's well suited to the conditions that she gets here. Now, she looks as though she's a pretty good doer. She gets in her feed tub. She's carrying a little bit more conditioning than I would like to see, given that this is her 4th career start. But as they hit the track, Greg, we will have a little shorter post parades and horses getting a lot of hosing and water on, given the warmer temperatures today.
Yeah, very warm one here this afternoon. Maggie, thank you. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post as they come out on the track for our post parade here coming up. And here is successful agenda. Joe Sharp was a big price in the debut.
Yeah, I just didn't see enough for this horse who does switch to Dylan Davis to the race, and if that can make a difference for you, you can take a shot.
Big Jackie next door, taking some money with Edgard Zayas.
I always take a second look at Jimmy Ferraro's horses, but she's just been consistently too slow to win this race.
All fun and games. Some okay efforts out of town. Also be the Big Apple debut.
Yeah, I don't want to take a horse from out of town that might have to improve or at very least hold the form to win here, so I took others.
We skip to the 5. Here's hip-hop dancer Dalila Rivera rides.
Yeah, I put her second. You've got her on top in this race, Greg, and I think she makes a lot of sense. Dalila is no longer an apprentice.
So that weight is incorrect in the racing form. Yeah, that 7-pound apprenticeship there. Speed walking, Ken McPeak, Christopher Elliott.
You were inclined to give this one a chance. First time on a dry dirt track and first time entered in a dirt race.
Island Charm usually likes to be forward for Joe Sharp.
I was hoping that Manny and Joe could wire the field here, switching to Joe Sharp, but switching from a trainer that wins an awfully high percentage.
Grit. Oh, we'll go back to the 4. My Girl Aubrey stretching out for the first time for the Cantor Machi Bar.
Keeping on your toes here, stretching out to the mile. I imagine she'll be forward with Flavian as well.
And I would assume we see the 8 next. Grit and Glitter. Double-digit odds at 10-1.
Yeah, but the reality is, for a horse at 10-1, the races 2 and 3 back are fast enough to be contentious. She was 4th, but only beaten a half length by Island Charm. I think Island Charm did more running that day, but still, she's a big price for a horse that's not totally impossible.
Let's go back to Hip Hop Dancer. And this one actually, obviously been trying to get that maiden score. Last 3 starts long on the dirt and then sprints on the grass in the most recent start.
Yeah, I guess they took a shot, Dave did, to see if she'd be a grass horse. And this is the first time for Dave Dunk on the dirt, which is never a bad thing. But Ralph D'Alessandro does well also. She was too big a price this day. She shouldn't have been 35-1, almost 36-1. She should have been about a third of that price. And Island Charm probably shouldn't have been as heavy a favorite as she was that day also, where she was even money. But you're still talking about 2 horses that are, relatively close in price now. They're almost 2-1 and 5-1. But I'll be honest, Hip Hop Dancer at 5-1, I thought she'd be a shorter price. That's a very square price.
Yeah, indeed. Right at the morning line in this spot as we look at My Girl Aubrey. There is Pratt coming off a very successful week at Belmont at Saratoga. Nisos, one of the top performers that week, winning that mile. Won the New York, Wonder again, Belmont Gold Cup. Tawny Port seems like connections. They want to go to the Melbourne Cup with that golden ticket. And Ways and Means, maybe the best race we saw just in terms of a head-to-head battle all week.
I mean, there were so many tremendous performances that we kind of lost and forgot about the Bed of Roses, which was a race for the ages. It's the kind of race, if it happened on a Saturday where there are no other stakes, it's all you'd be talking about. But there were so many incredible performances and great horses running on Saturday and Friday that you kind of lost in the shuffle. But man, that was about as thrilling a race as you can find, especially among really good horses. And that Way still has it at 5 years old.
Yeah.
She's had some issues. She got sick a lot last year. She's had issues in the past that have kept her from maybe fulfilling the promise she's had. But still, man, when she's good, she is very good. And the Bed of Roses seems to be her favorite race.
Well, the question for Pratt's Mount here as you take a look at him, My Girl Aubrey. Maggie, can this one successfully stretch out and go long for the first time?
Yeah, I think she can. I think it's all about sometimes getting a horse into a rhythm. And we'll see how much pressure your 9-5 favorite Island Charm does apply to her. But given the fact that she was pretty sharp, as we are seeing a saddle adjustment on the horse that I'm actually going to talk about now, but My Girl Aubrey will be my pick in here. And that's number 6, Speed Walking, as we do see a saddle adjustment there behind the gate with Christopher Elliott standing on his feet. Now, Speed Walking is a horse that I thought she would prefer the turf. Turns out she's just not that good. So I think getting to this surface is probably the right place to be for her. Now, given the fact that she is, yes, trained by Kenny McPeak, but Jimmy Durkin's doing the conditioning and the barn work, I should say, with Speed Walking, she looks fantastic, as Jimmy's horses have always throughout history. Speed Walking, I do think really does look more like a turf horse, but maybe in this group she can be effective. I do like the fact that she gets more distance to work with on this main track. She definitely doesn't want any part of sprinting. She's very tall, has a lot of scope to her frame, and two, the blinkers might engage her a little bit more, just adding one of those kind of bigger cupped, aka cheater blinkers. And the first field that she faced on the dirt, even though it was an off the turf event, was pretty darn good, as Vanetta, she would come back and win the Bowery, as well as Careless Whisper coming back and breaking her maiden up at Saratoga this past week. So I'd be willing to give her another chance here. She does look the part, at least from the overall perspective, Greg.
Yeah, to Maggie's point, Vanetta was incredibly impressive on New York Showcase Day. She's one of the few to come from off the pace and win on what seemed like a speed-favoring track. And then Careless Whisper won by 10.5 lengths in her next start.
I thought more rail, but she was on the rail a lot, but she was good. I mean, she really took a step forward, there's no doubt about it. Getting left probably helped her in there. Didn't get involved. It was a pretty quick pace, and I agree. I'm not going to be shocked, but, you know, I don't. The 6 is a wild card. I picked the 7. I'm not proud of picking 3 to 2 shots. Believe me, a horse that's burned money before. I thought she'd be the speed, but she'll probably have to deal with My Girl Aubrey. I'll be honest, I thought that Hip Hop Dancer and Island Charm, I mistakenly thought they'd be closer in odds. At this difference in price, I would rather take Hip Hop Dancer getting back to the dirt. I am not going to defend Island Charm at 7 to 5.
And again, if you're using old past performances, you are not getting an apprentice weight break with the 5 Dalila Rivera. It says 113 pounds, 7-pound apprentice. Now a journeywoman, 120 pounds the weight Hip Hop Dancer is going to be carrying.
And listen, Dalila has really acquitted herself extremely well. She rode well over the winter. I like the fact that you saw her getting better, being more aggressive. But it is very, very hard to make that leap because you're just not going to get you're not going to get the same. You're not going to get the same kind of mounts that you got before. So it's a tough transition to make. And we've seen some very good apprentices struggle when they become a journeyman, in her case, a journeywoman. We wish her the best of luck, though. She has ridden well here this winter.
6 to 5 favorite, Island Charm, Manny Franco, moving to the barn of Joe Sharp for the first time here at career start number 7. We kick off this Thursday action with this New York bred $35,000 maiden claiming race here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
In between horses here at the rail. Successful Agenda is trying to push on through. Is there in 5th as they're tightly bunched and they come out of the chute. And Island Charm, Manny Franco with a neck in front. Back to 2nd is Speed Walking, center of the racetrack. Grit and Glitter after being off a step slow is 3 wide up the backstretch in 3rd. Tight hold, comfortable as My Girl Aubrey in 4th. The outside of Successful Agenda, who still holds that rail position. Hip Hop Dancers lost some ground, is towards the back end of the field. Then comes Big Jackie and the trailer, All Fun and Games. They're approaching 4 furlongs left to go and went 23.27 for that opening quarter mile and a new leader. It's Speed Walking with a neck advantage. Island Charm engaged to the outside is back for more, and these two into the turn together through a 46.49 half-mile time. Successful Agenda, Dylan Davis holding that rail position, is alone in 3rd now, is dropping back quickly, not finding My Girl Aubrey, is dropping back through the field. Grit and Glitter's in 4th. All Fun and Games has made up some ground. Big Jackie, Hip Hop Dancer, a new challenger 3 wide. It's Successful Agenda at a big number, and the long shot has put a nose in front. Island Charm is trying to fight on back, but Successful Agenda has seized the lead. Successful Agenda is pulling away here from Island Charm, who's back to 2nd. From far back, Grit and Glitter, All Fun and Games making up some ground. A furlong left to go. Successful Agenda is up by 4. A 16th left. Successful Agenda in the opener at a price 19 to 1. Island Charm 2nd, Grit and Glitter, Big Jackie for 4th.
They knew a lot on this program. They certainly did not know here. It's the other Joe Sharp horse at 19 to 1. He had the even money favorite, the 7. Wow, this horse wins huge here in start number 2.
Does get a rider switch to Dylan Davis, but I don't know what you could say that Dalila Rivera did wrong on a horse that didn't get bet and didn't do any running in a pretty weak field first time out. A very different horse today and gets it done as the other Joe Sharp horse. And you wonder, I mean, the 7 at even money is utterly insane, but it's almost like they kind of did know that the 4 couldn't run anymore, the 5 couldn't show up today, and the 8, you know, all these horses that could have taken some money behind her took absolutely no money. So it's almost like the 7 was that sort of price, because the others, they were right. They didn't do any running, but a horse that was very tough to make did a lot of running and gets it done. Congrats if you had a successful agenda. You guessed this one would improve with a rider switch. You got $40. Not a bad payout, but not a horse I could have had, Greg.
Bigger price than the debut. And the biggest price, well, second biggest price on the board at 19-1 to kick off this Thursday card. Dylan Davis for Joe Sharp, International Equine and Epona Racing. We are into the final stretch here at this historic racetrack before we make our permanent home at Belmont Park. We'll remember when we come back.
Aqueduct is a starting point for me. It's where I was hired. It's where I began my career. So for me, it's the birth of my career as I know it today. You ready?
Ready.
All right. I will miss the realness of it. It is the backbone of our industry. You're not going to be romanticized by racing at Aqueduct, but you're going to appreciate racing at Aqueduct because it's those blue-collared horses, it's the working class fans. The paddock is honestly, in the winter, the best place to be because you're completely sheltered. You kind of have an intimate, quiet experience with the horses. It doesn't necessarily look serene down there because it's all rubber and it lacks some color, to say the least, but you feel that peace of mind when you're down in that paddock, and I think the horses feel that too. There was one day a horse by the name of
Jaeger is going to pull off the upset here at 14-1. Jaeger wins it.
A couple days after I found out I was pregnant with our first daughter, Grace. So that was not a big win. I think it was a 35 claimer, but it meant a lot to us. The closing of Aqueduct, I think, really hurts all of us in one way or another because it's another piece of history gone. But we also must remember it and celebrate it, because that's how we keep it alive.
We all did these. I need to redo mine. That was incredible.
I don't even remember if I did one or not.
Maggie's stealing
Barely
the show.
remember yesterday. That was great. And Eldon
Yes.
put that together as well. That's really, really good. Yeah, I like that.
Maggie, since you brought that, we showed that piece out of break here. We got to start with you here on what will be some of the lasting memories for you at Aqueduct.
Well, something that I didn't mention in that piece, and thank you, gentlemen, for your kind words, but the fans here at Aqueduct, from when I first started being heckled quite frequently, to being told I don't know what I was talking about. They keep it real here, to just, you know, the Jamaicans, the Caribbean people and patrons that we have here are so enthusiastic about their racing. I'll never forget when Kendrick got his 4,000th win, and he literally like jumped in and nearly body surfed in the fans who greeted him on the apron. The fans here are unique and will never be replaced. Hopefully we can converse them to come over to Belmont, Greg, but they have left a lasting, indelible memory on me just for their realness and their enthusiasm for the sport day in and day out.
Definitely a special part of this racetrack. Anyone who's been here knows it well. What about for you?
Well, I mean, Aqueduct is kind of maybe one of the last of the great city racetracks. You know, a track that's located in sort of in a residential area in Queens, a track that you can take the subway to, get right off the subway. My first trip to Aqueduct with my grandmother in 1974, taking the old Aqueduct Special, walking down, which many of the people around for many years remember, a ramp that's long gone, but this huge mass of people making it in for the early double, huge crowds back then, and just, you know, but so many great races too. One of the greatest races in the history of racing, not just in New York. Dr. Fager, Damascus, and Buckpasser. A friend of mine's family, his father, put them on the train, and they all came down from Saratoga to see that race together, the whole family, and so many great races. Secretariat's Farewell, Seattle Slew, making his final start, his only start at Aqueduct, running here. For me, coming here with my grandmother back in the 70s, seeing Believe It beat Alydar, seeing Bold Forbes win the Wood Memorial, but also just coming with my grandmother. First place I actually met her last husband. They were divorced, but they were still very friendly. We met him out here, Walter. And also coming here, moving to New York in '84, I barely ever missed a Saturday or Sunday out here for all those years, playing full time, but always coming to the Big A and then working here, working with so many wonderful people we work with, but so many friends here. My good friend Roy as well, Middleton, so many of the guys I know through many years, and friendships you forged. And, you know, I have so many memories of, you know, where people were, hanging out in the sunny gym room with Doc and the crew back in the day. You always knew where people were at Aqueduct, and you could go in the grandstand and see people like Mark Siegelob and those guys up in the third floor of the grandstand, and so many great memories of races, horses, King Swan, the riders, the fans, but it's also Aqueduct, the city racetrack, coming in, somebody's taking the train and walking in the far end when it was all the track was open, coming all the way, and just a lot of great memories for Aqueduct, things I'll never forget. And I don't think Aqueduct will ever be forgotten, but we have a great future ahead of us with the new Belmont, so a lot to look forward to also.
Yeah, totally agree with you on that. Look, the future is incredibly bright to have this brand new shiny home that we're going to go to at the new reimagined Belmont Park. For me, though, this is, and I didn't come here for many, many years after the fact, but I started out in this game covering Aqueduct, covering the winners, the inner dirt, which, you know, is not here anymore, that winterized surface, and learning, watching horses in the post braids and studying body language. So much of what I learned in this sport, that part of it, handicapping as well, I learned by covering Aqueduct. And then several years later, over 16 years later, I wind up working here and learning to love it by making that, as Andy said, that train ride out here on the A train, hopping right off the train and coming right into the racetrack, and all the people that you see on the train with the forms out, asking you who you like on the train. I will always miss that because it made it very special. But I'm excited about the new home, but I will never forget this place.
No question. We will miss Aqueduct and taking the train out here. I don't know how many A-train trips I'm going to take anymore, but man, it's been a great ride and a great run. Big weekend for closing weekend, Caribbean themed party, of course. Jamaica is such a big part of the Big A, as well as giving away a little bit of dirt to the first 1,000 fans on Sunday, and expecting a big crowd and people coming out. Come out and visit us at Aqueduct. I remember many years ago, people were criticizing Aqueduct to Saratoga, and my friend Leslie said, it's a city racetrack, and it's a great city racetrack, and that's what it is, and it's been a great home for us. And also, while we've been rebuilding Belmont, if Glenn hadn't put that second turf course in, yes, we missed the inner dirt, but he had to take it out to put the second turf course in, we would not really been able to have the kind of good racing we've had in the absence of Belmont Park.
Yeah, Glenn Kozak, of course, the master of all these surfaces that you have on this entire New York Racing Association circuit. Successful agenda to surprise everyone, really, in the opener here. The other, Joe Sharp filly, he had the even money favorite. This one goes off at 19-1 to kick off Thursday action.
Congrats if you had this horse. Hope you're alive in pick fives. I'm not smart enough to find this horse, but if you did, it's a great start to the last 12 days of racing here at the Big A. Let's get some big winners and have some nice wins before we leave.
Here's the race we talked about at the top of the show, where My Magic Wand looks like the one to beat, and the board would reflect that at 3-5.
I agree, and right now there's no money for the big Calhouna, and if she doesn't get bet, and if she's not going to run, it's only a Tara that can beat her, and I can understand the 3-5. But if big Calhouna shows up, My Magic Wand shouldn't be that short.
All right, this one, plenty of time. We got 15 minutes until we get into it. For race 2, it's going to start this early pick 4 on our coverage, so we'll get into that a little bit. We're going to look ahead to the weekend coming up in the Cupicois Joy division. One who led, for the first mile or so in the Kentucky Derby back in 1982, in a season that she won the Acorn and the Mother Goose.
And she also, I believe, there's a whole story, her owner, Bob Perez, her trainer, Alfredo Callejas, about how Bob Perez wanted to run her in the Preakness, I think ostensibly to get a table at Pimlico for the race. I believe that was the story. I could be wrong. She was a marvelous racehorse. I mean, you think about that, the Derby, the Preakness, the Mother Goose, the Acorn, obviously different spacing, different times for those races back then. She was quite the horse, and I love that these races remember some of the very cool horses, the New York breds that raced over the past years.
One of the best and most fondly remembered early New York breds to have success at a high level. And we'll have this Cupicois Joy division of the New York Stallion Series coming up on Saturday. Race 7, 6 furlongs on the grass as we take a look at the field. We'll start with Celtic Dawn. Javier Castellano will be aboard for Carlos Martin. Comes in undefeated, but is yet to get on the turf.
I agree, but Carlos has tried to get her on the turf, so it's not as though he hasn't wanted to run her on turf, and she has a pedigree that says she should handle it. But still, for a favorite, she's never been on the surface before, and that's the old Harvey Packism. Never bet a horse trying to do something it's never done before as the favorite. But she has been faster than these horses in the dirt, and if it turns out turf is the right surface for her, it's going to be a hard horse to beat for Carlos, running in those house silks for Mark Holliday's Blue Devil Racing, right?
Yes, indeed. Daughter of Honest Mischief. So we'll see how she fares getting on the lawn. Race 7, 4:13 Eastern time on our Saturday coverage.
Yeah, I didn't think Dancing with Destiny was impossible in this race, though. I thought her race was okay. But she won't be remembered like Spectacular Bid, but he wasn't a New York bred, and she was a good one.
Those are the 4 remaining stakes to come before we say goodbye to Aqueduct. And, again, I was there for the goodbye for Hollywood Park. It was, it was bittersweet. You were sad, but also it was great to see all those familiar faces. It was great to be there for the goodbye. So if you can make it out here, I would just tell you, it is the special time to come out and just say your goodbyes and to see everyone as well and be part of the farewell. But if not, we have you covered. I
always felt that the vast majority of people had disparaging things to say about Aqueduct really never came here, because the people that came liked Aqueduct, and it's a fun place to come to. And also, just watching the races here, we sit upstairs, we can just turn around and watch the entire race. You stand in the apron, you can watch the whole race. The sight lines at Aqueduct are as good as any racetrack you will ever go to.
No question. We're going to take a timeout. Well, we'll talk about the new home when we come back. Move in September 18th. Jockey Club Gold Cup will open things up at the new reimagined Belmont Park that opens after the summer season at Saratoga wraps up. We'll have a little preview of that when we come back.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake. And
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, and this is what awaits us after the Saratoga Summer opening day of the new reimagined Belmont Park, Friday, September 18th. And this is something the entire industry, I know they are, and they should be very excited about because this is great for the sport.
It really is. I mean, it's going to be incredibly exciting. Obviously, having this new building. I think one of the really cool things as we show the paddock is the ability in the building to see all the way through. I mean, obviously you don't have the brick design. It's 2026. To be able to be in front and back and see everything out the back and see what's going on, and of course the view of Manhattan, but it's such an exciting time also. But also, you know, I think it's important to give a big thanks to the horsemen who for 3 to 4 years have been shipping their horses over every day. The expense, the inconvenience of always shipping to Aqueduct. It's one thing to do it in the winter, it's another thing to do it all year round. And now they'll be able to full year be able to walk out of their stalls and just walk over the track. So it's going to be great for them as well.
Richest purses in Naira history, that Belmont Fall Meet, and up to $8,500 bonus per horse with the Big Apple bonus program that will hopefully get much larger fields. Very exciting time. Race 2 as we take a look at the Big Calhouna coming off the bench for the Rick Dutrow Jr. Barn. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, and that's where we'll start things here in the paddock, Greg. The Big Calhouna. Now, like you said, she has a layoff to contend with, and historically, with regards to her, she is a horse who has needed a few starts to get things going. The ultimate layoff, it did take her 4 tries and dropping precipitously in class to break her maiden. And then just looking at her more recent form, yeah, she's run races that would be competitive here, don't get me wrong, but the wins seem to be produced thereafter. Now, she does appear to be pretty fit. I weirdly have never covered any of her races, so I don't have any previous notes on her. She did come out of the stall a little bit girthy, cinchy, like we say, you know, when they are a little bit cramped up and not feeling as comfortable as possible when that girth is tightened on them for the first time, but she's walked out of it, and she's a good-looking type. I will say this, though. She does return wearing the front wraps, not for the first time, but for the first time in a long time. And this is a obviously fast track that we're dealing with. The last time she wore them on her PPs is when she was dealing with a sloppy sealed track. So that coupled off the long layoff, I feel like that is cause for pause when it comes to the Big Kahuna. Coupled with the fact that it just looks as though her main rival, My Magic Wand, is doing incredibly well. She is the best turned out here in the paddock, solid. You know, it's warm, so these horses are a little bit more subdued than maybe they normally would. She is a horse that can be actually fairly relaxed as of now that she's gotten a little bit older, but physically just looks tremendous here as she has been running consistently. As far as her last race, it was fast enough to be very competitive here, and she is a little bit under the gun possibly, Greg, as she could be the main speed in here, but she's gonna have to do it from the more inside post position.
John Velasquez, he'll be on board the Big Kahuna for the return.
I think that My Magic Wand is just too fast for these horses early. I'll be surprised if May doesn't get clear on her and be in front. I mean, Big Kahuna obviously and Artemis Sound to a lesser extent maybe can be stalking behind, but My Magic Wand's going to be tough to catch in the front end. It's not like her form is bad. She's just been facing horses in a different galaxy than who she's facing today.
Now, obviously, coming out of a Grade 3, the start before that, she faced Mystic Lake, who's a 13-time winner, multiple graded stakes winner, who's won over $1.6 million.
And with the Angels is no slouch, and Twirling Beauty, who was second, came back with a big win. Those are pretty good horses. I mean, she is a horse that runs sporadically during her career, and she's got to hold that form, but she's supposed to be loose.
So here again, John Velasquez for the Dutrow Barn on the Big Kahuna returning.
Yeah, I mean, I could. Somebody said to me, I'm going to take a shot with her at 4-1. I wouldn't knock them for doing it. She's got form before that last race in December, good enough to win.
Gregory Sacco Barn, the favorite, My Magic Wand.
She's probably the speed and the one they got to beat.
Artemis Sound got a little bit of pace as well for Todd Pletcher.
She has some back races that are good, but her 2 recent races for Todd Pletcher just aren't fast enough to beat these.
Edis Strudis, the biggest price on the board with Edgard Zayas.
For good reason. If this would be some double if this horse wins at 20-1.
And Linda Rice Barn, Atara coming off a big runner-up finish behind Munnings Express.
And she could be a horse for Linda, has some upside, and she's been running consistently well. She's not good enough to beat the favorite. The favorite runs her A race, but she's good enough to compete, and I never want to discount Linda. She's dangerous.
4 minutes away, race 2 on this Thursday card. Again, you can play it right there at Naira Bets. Get that offer. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus with that code match 200 at sign up at nairabets.com. It's tied. There's a lot of storylines, but with the biggest surprise to you, Belmont at Saratoga Week, was it how good the Derby winner ran?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think that's, I mean, I'm sure there were, you know, within races, but yeah, and I think I've thought about it a lot since then. I think we all kind of underrated him in the sense that, you know, and when we talked about it a lot before the race, saying that any of the horses, including him, should probably be similar prices. I never understood why Renegade separated himself from the pack. I mean, whether you liked him or not, he's no 8-5 shot against those horses. And I think a lot of credit should go to Cherie. But the horse as well, of course. But the fact that, you know, she's done such a good job with this horse. I mean, he broke his maiden coming from way back at 6 furlongs not that long ago. And he's really never run a bad race. And the evolution, you know, you think about him in the Derby where, okay, the pace collapsed, he came from last, the race was set up in that manner, he made the last move, but as we pointed out, he also had to alter course in the stretch to get it done. And now he's in a race where the pace is much more temperate, and he finds himself much closer to the pace, and he still puts in that run. Commandment's right outside of him, and Commandment looks like he's going to get it done, and he actually just sort of shrugged him off and ran away from him.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was a good, you know, it was a very satisfying result, even though none of us liked Golden Tempo, but it felt like 2/3 Triple Crown were won by the best horse.
As for My Magic Wand, 3-5 favorite.
A year ago.
This was back on June 26th, of last year.
Yep, just 2 weeks shy of a year. And this is the last time she was running in a race where the competition wasn't filled with stakes horses in a smaller field like she faces today, and she was able to get it done. She actually didn't have the lead that day, but she was able to rate it, get it done. I would say this field has potentially slightly better horse in the 1 and maybe the 6, but she's just way the horse to beat in here.
Let's go back to Maggie.
So much the horse to beat. As far as My Magic Wand, she looked great in the paddock, fantastic yet again on the racetrack. But we'll take a look here at the horse that perceivably poses the biggest threat to her, because she doesn't have to play the game or play My Magic Wand's game, and that she doesn't have speed. She can sit back and hope that there are some tiring front runners out in front of her, and that's number 6, Atara, in here for Linda Rice. Now, last time she was wired by her stablemate, Munnings Express, but I thought she ran well because she got a little handier. She was far back when they broke, but by the turn, she was moving forward with Flavian Prada aboard, and maybe that bodes well for her cutting back yet again to this 6 furlongs. Now, physically, she does not strike you as a 6 furlong horse. She's got that real kind of elongated, tubular type of middle to her where it doesn't say sprint. You know, that kind of quick expression of energy comes from those blockier types of horses where physically she's just not physically inclined to have that quick burst of energy. She does look better than I usually see her. She's a horse that's quite light behind, and her weight and in that department is probably better than usual. So we'll see how she does. But for me, because she is who she is, it just makes My Magic Wand seem that much stronger in this spot, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Pick 4 pull, you see up and over 6 figures as we're just a minute to post. And 7-2 down on the inside here, the big Calhouna for the 5-year-old return.
Well, the last time we saw this horse was in a stake race that was wild, and she was 26-1, so no surprise she ran badly. But you take a look at her buyer figures before that when she got claimed by Rick Dutrow, 85-90, 83, 82, then a bad race in Saratoga, then 84 and 80. All of those figures are fast enough to compete with the 1. Now, she's a little lukewarm on the board, which might be telling you that she's going to need a race off the bench for Rick. And I was looking up Rick's numbers, 4 to 8 month layoffs in dirt sprints, just 5 for 30 with a $1.36 ROI that backs up she could need a start. But don't kid yourself. If she runs one of her good races, she's legitimate competition for the favorite.
Yeah, no question. I mean, I
mean, Atara has to hope the favorite doesn't run her best race and or moves a little bit forward to get it done. The horse on the rail, the big Calhouna, has races that can win this.
I thought that last race was a little better maybe than you did.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it's another level of company.
She beat Limes Don't Lie. I mean, I was disappointed in her second place finish, but she didn't run terribly in her next start, and she has some pretty good races, so she's okay, and she draws well on the outside.
Having said that, I think we're in agreement with the public. 2 is going to be incredibly tough to beat.
Yes. I mean, I don't love to bet 3 to 5s. I had picked the 4 all class. So I was going to try to beat her with another Dutrow horse. That horse not going to play, so I stayed with her. But I was going to try to beat her. But and I'm not running to bet her at 3 to 5, but I'm also not running to bet anybody else against her.
My Magic Wand stepping in for Gregory Sacco, Manny Franco aboard, coming out of the Grade 3 Vagrancy. And the odds-on favorite here to start this pick 4 on our Thursday action here on Fox Sports 2. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Last to load, Atara to the outside. Going in, all set. And they're off. Eddie Strudis gets the first call, but here at the rail, the big Calhouna and My Magic Wand. My Magic Wand, with her speed now up by a full length and quickly moving to the outside. That's going to be the big Calhouna to stalk, is now a shared 2nd and 3rd with to the outside Atara. Eddie Strudis is now back to 4th, and the early trailer, Artemis Sound. They're chasing My Magic Wand up the backstretch, 4 furlongs left to go. 22.63 for an opening quarter mile, just coasting along. The big Calhouna ranging up once again within a neck of the leader, and they've put 6 on an all-in. Atara trying to keep up from 3rd. Eddie Strudis is under the shove, and far back it's Artemis Sound. The front 2 still well clear. My Magic Wand caught the breather, has barely been asked as they reach the top of the stretch. The big Calhouna has been pursuing throughout, and My Magic Wand is called upon to sprint away. The big Calhouna continues to give game chase. Atara is making up some late ground. Eddie Strudis, and from far back, Artemis Sound. But My Magic Wand is approaching the final 16th, is well clear. It is all My Magic Wand to win it. Front running. Eddie Strudis up for 2nd, the big Calhouna, and Artemis Sound.
My Magic Wand, odds on, but yeah, late in this race, Edith Strudis at 31-1 steals second.
Took a real step forward, Edith Strudis, to get second for Ilkay Cantermachi. And, you know, Big Gal Luna broke really sharply, and, you know, that's the way to ride, as Richie says, get in your position going forward. She forced My Magic Wand just a little bit to have to do some early running. Johnny then got upside and stalked her, and as it turned out, the Big Gal Luna just probably needed this race off the layoff, but My Magic Wand just found the company a little bit easier, and she was impressive getting it done for Manny. 3-5, 1-2, winning, I would say, like a 1-2 shot should.
Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, Gregory Sacco, Manny Franco. And yes, 1-2 here to start this pick 4. 2-5, 1-3 finish, but if you took the favorite, got coverage underneath, this might be okay.
If you slammed the 2-5, you did okay here.
1-2 over 31-1. But it's My Magic Wand, no doubt about a win here in race 2. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. He is back. Schoolyard Superman, and a story of how sports can bring us together when we come back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. My Magic Wand, Manny Franco, Gregory Sacco, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, dominant here in race 2.
Yeah, heavy favorite in here, but she broke well, and it's a pretty neat horse when you think about it, right? She doesn't run that often, but she's been remarkably consistent, and obviously with a horse that Greg Sacco's had a trouble, you know, when she has that many gaps in that few races, keeping her on the racetrack's not an easy thing, but when she shows up, for the most part, she runs well.
5 for 8 here on this surface. Not bad.
Yeah. Cool horse.
Goes off at 1-2. $3.18 for the victory. And there you see the 5 Edith Strudis, 31-1, getting up for second to steal it away from the big Calhoun off the bench. But yeah, My Magic Wand, 1-10-2. Final time for the 6 furlongs as we get into the pick 6, and it starts with 7 furlongs, starter optional claiming race, where Mersal, Despo's Dream, Coquito, the main players here.
Yeah, I don't think the Despo's Dream is going to be 4 to 5 at post time. I haven't looked at the multi-race bets. That seems a little borderline crazy at this point. She is actually the favorite is the 7 Coquito, looking at the daily doubles, and sort of close between Despo's Dream and Mersal for the second choice. So if you like Despo's Dream, you're not going to get 4 to 5. You'll get a better price.
Napoleon Solo pointing to the Haskell.
Some company there.
Maybe someone who's plans on upsetting him. Going to be running this weekend of the Pegasus. It is the Naira Bets Pegasus. $125,000 purse for 3-year-olds happens on Saturday. I'll be live on site, mile and a 16th, and it marks the return of Schoolyard Superman for Chad Brown, who, when we last saw him, it was late March, 99 Beyer speed figure, getting beat by his stablemate Hedge Ratio.
Who did not come back and run nearly as well in the next start in the Long Branch, where he just beat the number 3 Star Sweeper. But Schoolyard Superman is a very, very talented horse when he runs his good race. Now, his only 2-turn race, he didn't run as effectively in the Withers at a mile and 1/8. But he's pretty good, and they put a lot of distance between the others, and this race was a very fast race. He's going to have to run well, though. There are some interesting horses off of fast maiden wins coming in here. It's a pretty good field.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, imagine him improving, though.
If he improves
off this effort.
Well, I mean, to put it into perspective, people, 99 Beyer is faster than the figure that either of the figures that Golden Tempo got in the Triple Crown. It's faster than the figure that Napoleon Solo got winning Preakness. Now, one doesn't mean the other one, but this is a horse that could be a player, and they better be, because not only Napoleon Solo going for that race, but Crew Velocity is pointed there. And you may say, well, what happened? He lost weekend. Yeah, he ran a 104 Beyer in defeat.
Yeah, not too bad for Bob Baffin. Sports has a unique ability to bring us together. Communities, entire cities, as we're seeing with the Knicks, and even countries with the World Cup getting underway, can all be brought closer together, uniting through the magic of sports. Horse racing, it is no different. Keisha Clement has a story of a friendship that, through a love of horse racing, began decades ago and has been rekindled once again by a thoroughbred.
Skip-Away's legacy on the racetrack has created lasting memories for fans of horse racing. For Amanda Jessup and Carla Shoppy, it helped form a decades-long friendship that all began with a shared love for the champion Gray.
So how did we get into racing? Well, we got in contact with Caroline Lane, and she could have brought us, I think, both together. You, I think, when we spoke, you saw Skip-Away the same time I did on the Bluegrass.
Yes.
And we both had that.
I knew nothing about horse racing, but I was like, how does a horse break a stakes record in the mud like that?
Skip-Away in front.
I was like, man, that horse is going to be good.
Skip-Away, an impressive winner of the Bluegrass.
Yeah, I was just really infatuated with American Online. It was like chat groups and articles and emails, and I would just go into like different racing chats and be like, hey, I'm starting an online fan club. Anyone to be a part of it? And I didn't think anybody would, and everybody's like, yeah. I don't know, it grew at least to 500 people.
Wow.
Yeah. I started out microshares with my racehorse. It was 2 years ago, Seize the Gray won the Preakness. They were explaining the whole my racehorse thing. So I did some with them, and then I saw that there was also Commonwealth doing something similar.
And then I looked online and I saw, you know, Schoolyard.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wow, Gray.
I know,
Gray,
I sent the picture.
Gray.
I was like, you thinking what I'm thinking?
Gray, Gray.
This is my first time at Aqueduct.
This is my first time. I've been to Belmont a couple of times.
Coming up to New York, it kind of reminds me of going back to Belmont, like to see Skippy and stuff, you know?
And they're off in the Withers. Schoolyard Superman is trying to pick up this leader who's sprinting clear.
Come on!
Still Schoolyard Superman battling on grittiness, but with a furlong left to go.
He may not have won, but it was an experience that will be cherished.
Yeah, for me, I'm like, it's horse racing. It's like, I can't do anything. I schedule my life around the horse race. It's like, okay, 2 o'clock, the horse, I gotta be home.
Do you want to go to lunch today?
No.
I'm like, no, it's the Pegasus World Cup. He's like, okay.
Some bonds, like the great horses they admired, are built for distance.
Love seeing that shot from decades earlier when they were involved with Skip Away and parts of that fan club, and now Schoolyard Superman, they are reunited again.
Skip Away is truly one of the all-time greats. I mean, the number of 120-plus Beyer figures that horse ran, and with Sonny Hines, supposedly he had 45 bullet works in his career. An amazing, amazing racehorse, and he danced every dance imaginable and then some, and always showed up, and he was running against Formal Gold and Gentleman and Will's Way and Louis Couture's. Man, he comes out of a great crop. He was a true great, Skip Away, and I don't think he gets the credit he deserves. I love that horse.
And, obviously we love the Triple Crown. It is what is, the biggest thing really in this sport, but it's so fun to see this transition here to the second half of the year. Some of these 3-year-olds, some we didn't even know about, grow up, getting bigger and throwing themselves into that conversation. We'll see if we get someone out of this Pegasus.
I agree. I mean, it is wide open, and there's no doubt that Golden Tempo's leader of the division, even though he might be the second best horse, 3-year-old in Sharice Barn after that performance by Englishman this weekend. Very different racehorses. One's a deep closer going long, the other one has blazing speed going short. There's some pretty good horses around, and there was, this weekend, you think about like the mid-year Breeders' Cup, you could say Belmont Stakes weekend. Yeah. We got some great racing to look forward to because, man, was it a great weekend last week. It was incredible.
Off the charts.
Yep.
And what a way to go out, too.
Yeah, and the stars just delivered, right? I mean, sometimes you go and you're a little disappointed. I thought this one would run better. Like Crude Velocity taken in isolation, we all thought he was so good. He lost, he went badly. But the kind of race an Englishman ran, it just left you sort of with an electric feeling.
Salvatore Mile, grade 3 on that Saturday card from Monmouth as well. Race 9, 5:01 Eastern start time. And Bishop's Bay, over $2.5 million in earnings. He's been in a lot of big races.
He has. He obviously got blown off the track by Antiquarian in the Westchester, but we've seen him run some good races. We've seen him run races that are good enough. He's going to have to run better than this, though, because, you got a horse inside of him that's coming from Parks. He's kind of an unknown. He ran a 106 Beyer last time for Guadalupe Preciado. We'll see if Grande can rebound from his bad race in the Ali Shiva. We know he's capable of better. Point Dume is going to have to show he can be as good as he was in the General George and the Carter, going the 1 mile around 2 turns. But this is a pretty salty bunch in here.
It's a great card on Saturday.
East
We're going to have it
Avenue.
for you. Yep.
You're going to be there.
I will.
It's gonna be pretty exciting.
East Avenue we were so hyped about after that Breeders' Futurity win back as a 2-year-old. And he's come back very good in that Oaklawn Mile.
He's never shown that he's capable of running his best races without the lead. He is a horse that really needs the lead, and I don't think he's getting it here.
We're going to take a timeout. That is the lineup from Monmouth on Saturday. We will be back with more. The Pick 6 is coming up in just 15 minutes. Here at Belmont at the Big A. It'll kick off on the main track. 7 furlongs, and favoritism is moved to Coquito. 8-5. We'll get to the post parade next.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the clash prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
And Skolko's Folly goes on and quickly opens up 3. Bravaro has come up empty on the outside. Party in the Army is taking up the chase. And from well out of it, Be the Donald is closing some ground. They're past the 16th pole, and it is Skolko's Folly to win the Mike Lee stylishly.
Streak intact for a horse who's starting to prove he's the best New York bred 3-year-old out there right now. Skolko's Folly, impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I maybe helped a little by the racetrack, but still, he was dominant. And I always think of you, Greg, when that source comes up, because you're the one, after he'd won that race at Laurel, that was talking him up on Talking Horses one day. And I was a little skeptical, and he has just delivered one powerhouse performance after another. Excellent performance by him.
He was dismissed a little bit again in the wagering in that race.
Well, I like Bravaro, I'm not going to lie. I thought he was way the horse to beat, and he punished that field. And, you know, in showing that race, sort of a reminder, there were so many great performances over the course of the weekend. You kind of forgot about some pretty good ones on New York Bred Showcase Day or earlier in the week, and you shouldn't forget Skolko's Folly. He's not at the level, obviously, as the best, you know, open 3-year-olds. We've got some really good ones, but he's not that far below them, at least everyone but Englishman.
Yeah, he doesn't want to face Englishman probably, but outside of that, pretty darn good. He's one of my favorite horses this year.
I agree. Really cool horse. Rick's done a great job with him. Rick had actually talked about entering there and trying to do what he did with the Albany with Willie Beeman and then come back and win the Woody Stevens. But I think he saw what happened, or he came back and won the Alan Jerkins, was the King's Bishop. I think after he saw Englishman, he made the right move staying in the barn.
Even Bob Baffert said, I will never line up against that horse again.
Yeah, he's a scary horse, Englishman. Now, we'll see in his next start if he's that horse repeatedly. If he is, he's going to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint and doing cartwheels down the stretch. And Baffert's going to point. And he's wanted to stretch out Crude Velocity anyway. It's not like he hasn't wanted to.
This pick 6 again starts here at the 7-furlong event as we take a look at the 5 here. Despo's Dream moving away from Linda Rice. And this is a rematch with Kikito, who Despo's Dream just held off for the win in this spot. But today, Kikito's going to get outside of Despo's Dream.
I agree. I think being outside may help a little bit, and just from his tactical position. But also, and this is in no way a knock on Rudy Rodriguez, because I'd say it no matter who claimed this horse, don't love horses claimed away from Linda Rice. And I think that gives us a little cause for pause, and why I think both of us think there's a reasonable chance that the 7 turns the tables in the 5, though I went in a different direction to Mersal, who got a good trip to win last time out, but can be forward, but can rate as well.
Now the 3 main players all very closely bunched on the board. The 4, 5, and 7 between 3-2 and 5-2. Joining us for the first time on our Thursday coverage. Hello to Acacia Clement.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Andy. Nice to see you guys, or at least hear you thus far, as we'll take a look at those 2 horses that you were just discussing, beginning with the one that did get the win last time out in the number 5, Despo's Dream, as she is a horse that's coming in. I agree. She was able to have that kind of pressing position. She was kind of drifting into the center of the track, just some race riding there, but keeping Kikito wide in the stretch too, which I don't think she was ever really able to make a comfortable run. And as far as Despo's Dream does go, she's a horse that always carries a lot of weight and substance no matter whose barn that she's in. So coming back in here, she's a bit more tucked up than I've seen her in the past, but she's exceptionally fit, super coat on her. Like I said, typically I'm used to seeing her as kind of a more burly type of individual, but she does come from barns in Linda Rice and Fernando Abreu, where you will often see that with their runners. So overall, she has been a relatively consistent type of horse, especially she's one I feel like when she gets in a good groove, she's able to continue it. So we'll see what she can do for the new connections, but she's handling herself beautifully here in the paddock. I do agree that for the number 7, Coquito, that the draw should benefit her. And she is a model of consistency. She really kind of always shows up with her effort. She, as I mentioned, just couldn't get by last time. And I think being stuck far outside was not the ideal position for her. I appreciate her tactical speed as well. The fact that she's always able to put herself in the running of the race, no matter the distance. I do love the 7 furlongs for her coming back at this same type of race. And I know that she was the beaten favorite last time, but I think there's a very real chance that she turns the tables on Despo's Dream. Super fit looking in here. Same thing. Great coat on her. She's handling herself quite well. It is a very warm day. You'll see horses get a bit warmer than typical, but both of these mares calm, cool, and collected in the paddock, and the consummate pros that know their job at this stage, Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. We'll get to the post parade here coming up shortly. 3-2 here in this rematch with one that beat her last start in Despo's Dream, not to mention Mersal.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the tale of two races and different horses. And also Linda Rice is another one in this race in Penn Street, who's not impossible off her best races and generous price at 8-1. I thought Mersal ran against some solid horses. I liked her last race, and she's a horse that may be better towards the front end, but she rated last time. Got a very good trip, but I think beating Sailaway and Snide makes her very dangerous here. And as a horse who may end up the third choice, Mersal, I think she may be playable, 5-2, 3-1. It's a wide open race among the three. I think you can make cases for all of them. The one thing that concerned us, though, with Despo's Dream was the switch away from Linda Rice.
Which maybe our concerns are overblown. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've got to make decisions. You know, we could just sit here and say, oh, they're all beautiful and we think they all have an equal chance to win. You got to take a position. You got to make some picks and you got to make positions. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised when any of the 4 or 5, even the 6 or 7 win this race, but you've got to make decisions. There are going to be horses you have a bit stronger opinion on. We're not betting every race. We're not necessarily, you and I are not inclined to bet short-priced horses, but I think you have to make a selection and go somewhere, not be wishy-washy.
Yeah.
You got to take a stand.
Maybe the sort of X-factor horse in this field we'll get to, Penn Street, the 6, who does have some races to go back to. We start with She's an Arctic Queen, biggest price on the board.
And she could be forward in this race. I mean, she potentially has speed. We'll see what she does. If not, if she doesn't show speed, Mersal could be on a loose lead here.
Here is Mersal for Linda Rice.
I like her. I think she's super consistent, fast, dry. She runs her races, and she's my top pick.
Despo's Dream held off a stubborn Coquito, who was the odds-on favorite in that meeting back on May 7th.
But you got almost 2-1 that day with Coquito at 3-5. Now they're a very similar price, though Coquito has establishing herself as the favorite.
Another from the Linda Rice barn. Here's Penn Street.
You know, is she maybe a little pace dependent? I'm not sure there's much pace in here, especially with the number 2 scratching out. That could hurt her chances, but she's a square price.
Coquito beat at odds-on to Despo's Dream. The rematch coming up.
Yeah, no, I can understand people like her. She's got a good, cozy outside spot with Manny.
And Baby Sassicaia claimed away. Talk about dangerous claiming away from Linda Rice. Claiming away from Stephen Schauer, who has a knack for moving horses up.
She also lost at even money in a $10,000 claiming race and is now running against significantly better horses.
5 minutes of post. It starts the pick 6. On this Thursday afternoon card. You could get involved with the NYRA contests as well. Friday feeder contests. Good luck to everyone taking place. $40 buy-in, cash and seat to the $300 Saturday contest. Registration accepted up to post time.
Yeah, I like those. You can only play them through NYRA Bets as well. They're fun contests to get involved with, as Greg was talking about, Yelta post time. Try for Friday if you don't play or don't qualify, $300 on Saturday. Interesting card on Saturday, an 11-race card and some wide open races, I think.
So here's the elder stateswoman of the field, 8-year-old mare Penn Street. Linda Rice owns, trains, and you don't have to go that far back to find races that are competitive with everybody in here.
I agree. I think that race she beat Purloin at 1 1/8 is fast enough to compete here. And even the next race, now she finished almost 5 lengths behind Mersal, and she can at times be a little pace dependent. And I think the pace got a little murky in here, and that's why I like Mersal. I think she's going to be on top of what may be a somewhat temperate pace. That works against Penn Street, but who knows? Maybe somebody else decides to be aggressive and ends up heating it up, though on paper that doesn't seem super likely.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And checking in with the two Linda Rice runners, beginning with the number 4, Mersal. She got that win last time out and on a wet track too. And I had just really loved what I saw from her in all of the preliminaries leading up to it in comparison with that field. Now, she stacks up nicely against kind of the big players in here, but once again, she's one that's just very visually appealing. She carries a lot of good weight, moving well. She's been pretty quietly handled out on the track, just really in a jog with the pony. No big warm-up for her, though she is naturally quick enough to put herself into the race. And I thought she ran really well last time out. She was one of a couple of Linda Rice horses in there that I did prefer in that last start, and feel the same way again. Horse just looks like she's doing really well at the moment. The number 6, Penn Street, off of a little bit of a layoff. This last time out, she just never really looked like she was traveling. She, in contrast, did have an aggressive warm-up. When you see her warm up and when she moves sometimes, she kind of has her tail straight out. That's very typical of her, just in the way that she carries herself. She does look very fit off a bit of the freshening. She is that big, solid type of mare. And while, as I mentioned, it is warm out, she got a bit hotter than everybody else in here. And I am concerned about her tactics. But like I said, it looked like Ricardo Santana was really trying to rev her engines out there on the track, especially given that she's coming off of a poor performance and a freshening. I know 2 starts back she was more forwardly placed, but I'm not sold that that's necessarily her best running style either. We'll see how things do shape up in this race coming up, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. See what happens here in terms of this pick 6, Andy. I think we were sort of in agreement that turf race later, race 7, Chad Brown's right timing. We both sort of felt was a standout. Anywhere else that you could narrow down here?
You know, that's an interesting question. I think in that race, right timing was 2-1 on the line. We both feel ends up shorter in there. There's other horses in there, but she was good breaking her maiden. I think the 6th race, probably most people will use the 2 Liam's Legacy and the 3 Judge Boucher, narrow it down a little bit there. But, you know, a race like the 5th race, I mean, there's nobody you can feel really confident about in that race. I used 4 in my pick 5 play. I think CJ Star is very much the horse to beat in the 4th race, but you've got a horse with big pedigree, authoritative, a first-timer for Judd Mutt and Chad Brown. I also wanted to point out that Franklin Delano in the 4th race, while I don't love his return race, it was on a yielding turf course, and he ran so well as a 2-year-old that I wouldn't want to be completely dismissive of him just because of one bad race on a yielding turf course. Listed good, but that course was not good. It was yielding. And even the last race today is pretty wide open. There's nothing that strong to hang on, especially with a couple of major contenders scratching. The 5 Authentic Legend is the horse to beat. I like Fleet and Ready, the number 2. You like the 11 Visible. And the 12, the $1.35 million Not This Time, who didn't do much running in the debut, but in this race could certainly be dangerous.
Interesting pick 6. It all starts right here, and it is Mersal, who, of the big 3, they've all been favored at one time or another during their wagering here. Now Mersal's turn to be the favorite.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, she is the 3rd choice in doubles. She ends up favored. Now, I like her. I wouldn't bet her at 8-5, but she's now the favorite. I'm surprised. I never saw that coming. I'm assuming they're heading into the gate at this point. And we're going to have a race from Horseshoe Indy right after this one, I think.
Yes, we are. Post time coming up almost immediately for that first race of the afternoon out in Shelbyville, Indiana. First things first, start of the pick 6 on this Thursday card from South Ozone Park, New York. On our Fox Sports 2 coverage, we go upstairs. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Goes in next. Here's Penn Street. Coquito. Baby Sasakaya. Start of the pick 6. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for all, and to the outside, here's Coquito. Coquito with a nose advantage, company to the inside immediately from She's an Arctic Queen. She's an Arctic Queen, now with a half-length advantage. Ranging up from second, that's Despo's Dream, is comfortable in that spot. 3 wide is Coquito, and tucked right in behind them is Mersal. That's the leading quartet. Towards the back end of the field, Baby Sasakaya and Penn Street is the early trailer. Pressured opening quarter mile posted 22.77, and she's an Arctic Queen. The longest shot in the field will take him into the far turn with 4 furlongs left to go. She's an Arctic Queen is still up by 3/4 of a length, and Despo's Dream is moving in closer once again. Coquito still wide, 3 wide to the outside, and Mersal has had a nice journey, is still at the rail, ground saving in 4th. Right in behind the long shot leader who's been passed. They went 45.97 for a half-mile time. She's an Arctic Queen is dropping out of it. The new leader is Despo's Dream, and here's Coquito ready to pounce. Mersal has been in behind them, is now in 3rd as Coquito's trying to get away from Despo's Dream. Diving down towards the inside, Mersal from far out of it, Penn Street. They're approaching a final furlong, and Coquito cannot push by a stubborn Flavien Prat and Despo's Dream. These two are nose and nose for a final 16th. Now Coquito's getting the advantage with a head in front. Despo's Dream coming right back one more time. It's a photo. Got tight there at the wire. Despo's Dream to the inside, and Coquito, Mersal finished 3rd.
It looks like tables turned as post positions were turned. Coquito getting outside this time. These two getting to know each other pretty well with back-to-back stretch battles.
Felt like Coquito had put her away, but Despo's Dream was coming back at the wire. I think Coquito won, but I'm not 100% sure. It was close, but it does feel like Coquito won. This time Dylan rated, and it didn't work out. Worked out last time. Today it wasn't the right choice, but maybe she was just 3rd best.
7 to 5 if it is indeed Coquito. We'll keep you posted as we go to Shelbyville, Indiana, with the first race from Horseshoe Indianapolis coming up. A $25,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 life, the condition, 6 furlong sprint, where Lil Muggs is right now the 9 to 5 favorite. Here's the 1, Mr. Positivity.
Yeah, Mr. Positivity could be a bit forwardly placed in here first time in the dirt. Probably more of a turfy pedigree than a dirt pedigree.
Mike's Cyclone quickly went by, 3-time winner, all on dirt, and here's Dreaming Smart.
Yeah, Dreaming Smart doesn't seem good enough, a big price.
Thousands of hopes for Gennaro Garcia.
I prefer this one, though the lack of speed worries me.
Special Creed, second start back of the 4-year-old campaign.
And has run some better races against better fields and should be forward. This is a dangerous horse at too big a price.
Lil Muggs struggled at Churchill. The race before that was impressive, at least against this field.
Yeah, I mean, if you like this horse, you're basing on the big drop down.
And Poetic Words on the outside.
Yeah, overmatched.
Let's check in with Rachel McLaughlin.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're heading to the gate here. Definitely a very nice race to start our card today. It is hot, and they are at the starting gate right now, so I'll let you guys know that I do like Lil Muggs. Didn't impress me a whole lot there in the paddock, but I like the 6, 4, 7. Poetic Words, I know, is a little overmatched here, but it's a closing. If it's a closing track today, Michelle said he's got that late speed, and she's hoping that the 5 will send, and he can run at that horse specifically, and I think that's how it's going to play out, hopefully. Poetic Words is the one that I'm going to round it out with, 6, 4, 7. Let's send it to John for the call in the opener here at Horseshoe Indy.
Thousands of hopes has joined Mr. Positivity. Alberto Burgos with Mike Cyclone, Special Queen. Jose Gutierrez claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance with 71 career wins. Joseph Romero, Dreaming Smart loaded. Alexander Crispin with Lil Muggs. One more. Here Mendoza with Poetic Words, hello to all. Main track fast here and in New York. America's Day at the races, they're in the gate. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Dreaming Smart was fast away. Here's Special Creed with the white dots on the black sleeves, and Special Creed has taken a short lead for Jose Gutierrez, just leading the dash from Dreaming Smart second at the inside by 4. Lil Muggs got another peg in class, tracks them from 3rd for Alexander Crispin, while Mr. Positivity holds the rail running in 4th. Mike Cyclone in 5th. Thousands of Hopes in a red cap is second to last and wide. Poetic Words trails here in the Thursday opener. The quarter 22.08 seconds. 3 furlongs to go, and Special Creed spearheads them. It's Special Creed who leads around the far turn and has widened. Special Creed 6 lengths in front now on the edge of the quarter pole from Lil Muggs, who now gains second. Dreaming Smart showed speed, but has dropped back. Mike Cyclone, a 2-wide bid. On the front outside, Poetic Words in a white cap around Thousands of Hopes. And Mr. Positivity is last. Special Creed led for home. Half mile, 44.59 seconds. Lil Muggs now descends on Special Creed and got him. Coming past the 16th with Alexander Crispin. It's Lil Muggs. And Little Muggs strides away to best Special Creed by 6. Mike Cyclone third and Poetic Words finish fourth.
Third start off a short layoff, tackling easier company, and Lil Muggs to kick off this card at Horseshoe Indy the win.
They dropped down, got this one home, and I don't think the 5 Special Creed was beating him anyway, but 3 going on a mission early didn't help his chances. Not sure how the 4 was favored.
Did not go off the favorite.
Yeah. 4 was favored. Hard to know when so much late money comes in. For the 5 was 7-1, and the gate went up at 4-1.
So Lil Muggs wind up getting 2-1. All the prices set up the start of the late pick 5 in New York when we come back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The city on a high right now after the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history. Just incredible what the Knicks accomplished, now on the precipice of a championship, 1 game away.
I am setting a personal record of not having watched 1 minute of the NBA Finals this year.
Most incredible, look, I'm a Warriors fan. This is one of the most incredible series I've ever watched. It's just been amazing, whether you're a Knicks fan or not. Kakito turns the tables on Despo's Dream. Despo's Dream's a fighter.
Yeah, no, it's a nice stretch run between these 2 horses, because even though it looked like Kakito was getting the best of her late, Despo's Dream was fighting back the wire. I don't think they wanted to go much farther. About 1 or 2 more strides, Despo's Dream would have won again.
2 for Manny today, Steven Schauerbarn, and 8 wins from 24 starts now overall for Kakito, 5-year-old mare. 15 of 24, first or second in her career. That's pretty good.
Pretty cool horse, yeah.
Here we go with the late pick 5. Begins mile on the turf. And CJ Star, Marcassi Barn, Javier Castellano, the one to beat.
He ran remarkably well last time. He blew the brake, got stayed back to last in a race that got wired in the front end. A horse that should have been forward. If the brake hadn't happened, would have been forward. Would have won last time. It's way the horse to beat today.
I appreciate your loyalty to the Nets, by the way. But
I'm a loyal fan.
Pretty exciting times in New York right now for those who do support the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, an enormous amount of people that have never watched a Knicks game before are running around wearing Knicks jersey. I think it's really incredible. I just want to know how many of them were there when they were winning 25 games. I was going to those games back in the 80s when Bernard was playing and Bernard got hurt and they weren't winning money games. But once Charles Oakley got thrown out of the Garden by the owner and got arrested, when Charles comes back, I'll come back. I'm loyal to Charles Oakley.
After what happened last night, pretty good chance we are going to see a statue of that tip-in moment from O.J. Anunoby. Just incredible.
I like O.J. He's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Horseshoe Indy in that opener. Lil Muggs. A little surprising this one did not go off the favorite, but gets the win nevertheless.
Yeah, big drop in class coming in from out of town, getting it done. Run at Churchill last time, and 3 made the 5 go a little too fast early, and probably didn't matter, but certainly softened that one up. Nice exacta at $25, frankly, with 2 logical horses if you went against the 4.
So Lil Muggs coming out of a 50 non-winners at 2 race at Churchill Downs, in for 25 Horseshoe Indy. Sizable drop in class and responds with the 2nd win in 14 career starts. 4-year-old Gelding by Upstart pulls away from this group pretty easily.
Loved Upstart, trained by the late Rick Violet. Horse Upstart.
Long way back to Special Creed, and then Mike Cyclone completes a trifecta there, or just over $30 for 50 cents. Race 2 will stretch out, mile and 70 yards, and a Indiana-bred entry-level allowance, which we'll get to. It's back to New York. And race 4, there is the 4. CJ Star, Marcassi, just sort of slow out of the gate and found himself to be dead last early on.
Yeah, it didn't come out sharply, was stayed a little bit after that, and then made a very big wide run to finish 2nd to a wire-to-wire long shot and ran too well to lose. He is the horse to beat. The first timer, a little lukewarm at 3-1, Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt. I still think Frank and Delano at a price is a horse. Just maybe give that horse another chance.
18 minutes to post in the race that will kick off the late pick 5 on our Thursday coverage from Belmont at the Big A. We'll be back.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the 2nd career.
Charlatan is the leading 2nd crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track.
on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. This coming up this weekend, $1 million purse Canadian, the Pepsi North America Cup. Saturday, Fox Sports 2 coverage, 8 to 10 Eastern on FS1, 10 to 11 Eastern. Chris Griffin, Paul Verderosa, we'll have Jessica Otten, Gabe Pruitt on site, and also bonus coverage here is Hoosier Park. But the big showdown between Bojangles and odds-on Mr. Mamba. Odds-on Mr. Mamba considered, I would believe by many, the best 3-year-old pacer in the country right now.
Well, I mean, he achieved the almost seemingly impossible in beating Bojangles last time, the previously undefeated
15
Mr.
for 15
Bojangles,
until that.
Trainer basically stayed at his job to continue to train him. A big upset last time. I'm looking forward to seeing these two hook up. Luke's pretty excited too, our producer.
Be a fun rematch, yep.
He's pumped.
Very excited about this one. You should be. It'll be fun. Again, Saturday night, FS2 coverage begins 8 Eastern. You don't want to miss it.
I thought one of the best stories, and Tom Durkin came on the air talking about his new book and his career, was talking about that Hamiltonian, when those two horses running 4 heats in the Hamiltonian in the heat of the summer, dead heating in the final leg. I love that story. Listen, I grew up seeing a lot of good harness racing. What a Baron won the Grand Circuit the first time I went as a kid. And that was the first time I saw heats. There were 2 heats, and he went against and won the last heat very quickly.
And that was, according to Luke, 1989 Hamiltonian that happened, that story.
Yes.
Here's a look at CJ Star. This is the favorite here, 9 to 5 right now. Mark Cassie, Javier Castellano will ride. Let's go to Acacia.
That horse ran very well last time out, where Double Act, who was running on the turf for the first time, was able to control things up front. And as you guys mentioned, not the best of beginnings for CJ Star, who did kind of break in at the start and then was off the pace and was a little bit wide throughout as well. But I thought made a very good account of himself off of the layoff and in his first start up here in New York. He had really touted himself in the paddock before that, though he was a bit of a price. A big, good-looking individual that really carries a lot of good weight and substance, feeling much the same about him yet again, and thought that he just couldn't get to the winner last time, but was finishing well of those closings. So I like CJ Star. I respect him. I think he's going to be very tough in here yet again. Now, the number 1, Quiet Power, comes out of that same race as well. If you watch early, you can see that Kendrick Carmouche, who was aboard that day, had a really strong hold on him. I had actually been eavesdropping a little bit following that last race, and I heard Kendrick tell Shug McGahee, I think you should take the blinkers off next time out. I think he's getting too keen. So we do see that equipment change taking place today. So on rider advice, which I always think is very interesting as well, when you get feedback, and you could see it with the way that Quiet Power ran. Also, he was cutting back a little bit, and he's the horse that has shown up with good efforts every time, just hasn't been able to break through and get the win. Back-to-back third-place finishes and then beating a neck and a nose as a 2-year-old. So maybe an equipment change will help him to switch off and to settle instead of fighting his rider. He didn't get overly keen and aggressive. It's just that he was pulling a little bit too much without being able to conserve some of that energy and to settle, which you always like to see, especially for horses that are in behind other horses. He is a horse that is quite sharp as well in his demeanor. He's always very energetic prior to his races. So I think that equipment change should suit him. Now, there are a couple of first-time starters, both with some big pedigrees, to suggest that turf is a good spot for them. Take a look at the 5 authoritative debuting for Chad Brown, a Jedmont homebred by Kingman, as the dam was a 2-time turf winner, but the second dam is Falimbi, Grade 2 winner, multiple Grade 1 place, a really talented turf filly for Bill Mott back in the day. And this one absolutely, of course, looks very well spotted. And it's funny, and when I first saw him walk into the paddock, I looked and said, wow, you know, he's a horse that probably doesn't look 100% fit, a really wide in his barrel, kind of very round. and robust. But it is one of the benefit of now having seen a lot of these top European sires well represented coming here to the U.S., including Kingman, whose progeny do tend to carry a lot of substance. So I'm not going to read too much into that because typically the Kingmans can be quite burly. But he's been sharp. He's been on it. Definitely looks like he knows what his job is, marching around the paddock here. And of course, quite interesting with that pedigree, Greg.
Indeed. 3-1 for the debut right now coming up. Pratt for Chad Brown, homebred for Juddmonte. The second dam, multiple grade 1 placed, was second to the great Tepin in the Just a Game. But this is your favorite, CJ Star. Trying to break through for Mark Casse when we come back. Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage, America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. And 7 minutes from kicking off the late pick 5 sequence. Mile on the turf to start us out, maiden special weight, and CJ Star the 4, the one to beat. But we look now, Quiet Power, Shug McGahee Barn, Jose Lezcano will ride, and the blinkers come off today.
Well, this horse lost by 2 lengths last time with a race under her belt, or his belt, I should say, to CJ Star, who had a significantly worse trip. Now, he was a little wide, to be fair, last time and draws inside. The problem with him, though, is he's had so many chances at short prices and he's failed multiple times in fairly close finishes. That's more of a knock on him, I'd say. But he's 9-2 if you like him.
Jose Lezcano will hop aboard for the first time. Here's the favorite again. Slow start, was last early, and based off the debut, a horse that has the ability to be more forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a very different race, assuming this horse breaks. Now, you do always have to worry a little bit about horses that get left, and he caused his problems by getting left. It didn't happen the first time out, so hopefully he breaks cleanly. He breaks cleanly, he's supposed to be forward, but I think Sidearm and Franklin Delano can be forward as well. And you'd think that Johnny would be somewhat aggressive with Franklin Delano, who I think is the wild card in this race because of the course condition last time out.
Yeah, that is the 7 for Todd Pletcher. Franklin Delano. Comeback race as a 3-year-old, says hit, gate, start, and then, weekend late was forward early, favored on that occasion. How quickly you go from favorite to now, 6-1?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that could be a reasonable excuse. Now, maybe he just didn't go on with it from 2 to 3, but that first race was a very good one, and with routine improvement, could be very tough to beat here.
So here's Quiet Power, career start number 6, and again, the equipment change, blinkers off.
Biggest price he's been since his second start, so if you've been losing money on him, better price today.
This is a wildly huge price on Cuban Cowboy.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't a softer spot running on the turf. I prefer others, but a big price if you like him.
First-time starter for Tom Morley, alley-oop.
This horse has a ton of turf pedigrees. After 4 turf winners, in fact, a full to a good horse. In fact, the Basilica was very good. The full, actually, Basilica. They were all slip shots. Not getting bet, but this horse has pedigree.
The favorite for Mark Casse, CJ Star.
He's the horse to beat off the last race. He ran very well.
How good is David Aragona?
Well, David had pointed out to me he saw one work with this horse, and it wasn't very impressive. He's easily beaten by Capital Partner. Now, it was a dirt horse, but those are turf horses, and obviously this horse is very chilly on the board.
4-1 right at his morning line for the debut, despite it being Pratt and Chad Brown. Sidearm, the 6 at 7-1.
Yeah, I didn't think he was good enough to beat these horses.
Here's the aforementioned Franklin Delano for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I think he's the interesting other horse if you're looking for somebody.
And Donna, do you want to outside Todd Pletcher? Second time on the grass.
Kind of got out a little bit at the start of the race and was last away. Did do a little bit of running last time, but more sucking up in the rail as the race was collapsing at the end. But is a big price if you like this one off the layoff.
3-year-old return for Todd Pletcher. Big number outside. Let's go back to the favorite and talk and show you the start that we're talking about with CJ Star. Here he is. Looks like his mind on business.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of beating if he breaks cleanly in this race. Will be forward. That's why he's number 4, I want to say, in this race. See him? Breaks a little bit slow and then just gets completely sort of steadied out as the others go and ends up last in a race dominated in the front end and did very, very well after this to close to be second. I don't know that there's any argument that he's not the horse to beat.
9-5 right now. Yeah, despite that poor beginning and being so far back early, getting hung wide a bit as a result, makes a very big run to wind up runner-up in the 3-year-old return. And Mark Casse, what a huge week he had too. Belmont at Saratoga.
Incredible week. That performance by Nitrogen was otherworldly.
Ibago, Nitrogen, looks like someone is going to have to get to another level to try and touch her in the Distaff division after that performance in the Ogden Phipps.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, I don't know. You want to, as good as she's been in her career, you want to see it again because it was a different cat. I mean, it was good enough to be competitive against Sovereignty. That's how good it was.
Yeah.
And the best older males in the country. And Mark, obviously, there's always that temptation to face boys, but Mark will probably stay away from that.
Let's go to Acacia.
Looking forward to seeing where she ends up throughout the summer, but we'll take a look at Todd Pletcher's duo in this race coming up, beginning with the number 7, Franklin Delano. I did not cover his last race, but I did see him 2 starts back as a 2-year-old when he first ran on the turf, and I just wish I'd seen more development from him from 2 to 3, and maybe that's why he is so cool on the board. He was forward pressing last time. The winner came up the rail. He would go on to finish 3rd in the Jersey Derby, but he's a horse that just didn't really grow too much to my eye. And furthermore, looking at him here today, he is second off of the layoff and he's incredibly fit in the fact that there's no excess on him. I just wish he was carrying more weight and conditioning, more muscle mass. He's a touch light throughout his flank and on his top line compared to what you typically see for the barn. So maybe he will be able to move forward, but like I said, I just wish I'd seen some more progression from him. Now the number 8, Donna Do You Wanna, coming back to make his 3-year-old debut, also for Todd Pletcher. He was a horse that I remember watching as a 2-year-old that was just so green on the track and with the pony. And some of those things have not completely gone away. When Ricardo Santana took him away for a warm-up, he started kind of trying to throw his head up. And when horses do that, to lift their head up, meaning that the rider who is perched up on top of them will not have so much of a control and be able to be into their mouth. And it took him a while to get down, but he seemed to have settled now, Greg.
All right, well, that's good news. Thank you, Acacia. 8-5. Price getting even shorter here. Well, as I say that, back up to 9-5. CJ Star, but clearly the one to beat. But there's some intriguing other runners, no question, in this field.
Well, I mean, Quiet Power is always going to take a certain amount of money. He does run consistently okay. I just don't think he's really improved a lot from 2 to 3, and he's had his chance to win races. But that's not to say he can't win. He draws well here. Crazy that the 3 is taking absolutely zero money. Maybe it's a bad sign, but I think that's a little bit crazy that horse is that dead on the board, right? That horse has a huge pedigree.
Alley-oop, there he is for Tom Morley. Jamie Rodriguez will ride 31-1. Just completely being dismissed.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe it's a tough field and such, and maybe the horse can't run, but that horse has a huge pedigree.
There's the Chad Brown, Juddmonte homebred first-time starter. Again, the second dam.
Not really getting bet, though.
Graded stakes winner, multiple grade 1 placed. The dam herself, 2-time winner on the turf. That's the first foal. But yeah, for these connections, that is very chilly on the board.
Yeah, this is an interesting race coming up. The 4's the horse to beat, but there are other horses here that could be a little bit interesting.
Late pick 5 on our Fox Sports 2 coverage begins right here on America's Day at the Races. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
CJ Star. Donna, Do You Wanna? Franklin Delano. Last 2 to load. Donna, Do You Wanna? Donna, Do You Wanna? Hesitates briefly. Now in. All set. Donna, Do You Wanna acts up? So does Alley-oop. And they're off, and Alley-oop was off slowly. Sidearm has the speed. It's Sidearm in the orange cap right to the front. Franklin Delano is going to be a stalking second, tugging a little bit, wants to challenge the leader early as they head towards that first turn. In tight. Right in behind horses there, Cuban Cowboy is on the muscle here and drifts out wide. That's going to carry out CJ Star, is in about the 4 path, is now very keen as Cuban Cowboy trying to work up into 3rd. At the rail still there is Quiet Power 2, and so they sort themselves out, work to the backstretch, and Sidearm is in front, is up by a neck. Franklin Delano is engaged to the outside in 2nd. Quiet Power patiently ridden at the rail in 3rd. Still tough to handle is Cuban Cowboy, is in between horses. Outside of them, CJ Star 3 wide. Just in behind them comes Donna, Do You Wanna, and far back early, Authoritative with slow starting, Alley-oop. 23-4, that opening quarter mile, 47-4, the posted half-mile time. It's Sidearm with less than a half-mile to go. Turning up the pressure, it's Franklin Delano stalking, and now Cuban Cowboy 3 wide. CJ Star tries to rally on in Quiet Power. Jose Lescano still at the rail, patiently ridden in behind horses. All in, Donna, Do You Wanna? Authoritative with a lot of ground to make up from the back with Alley-oop. They reach the top of the lane, and Sidearm is still there, hugs the rail. Franklin Delano has been passed by CJ Star, and CJ Star is in the clear. CJ Star, Quiet Power is lifting late too. Here comes Quiet Power moving to the outside. Sidearm is still in front though. Sidearm with a neck advantage. Quiet Power unleashed, and Quiet Power thrust to the front. Quiet Power will win it. Sidearm second, CJ Star and Franklin Delano.
Quiet Power, start number 6. Shug McGahee, Jose Lescano, Phipps Stable, and St. Elias.
Gets it done after a lot of disappointments, but got the right trip in getting it done. Pressure up front, sort of did in the 6. The 4 was best. The 4 was pushed all over the racetrack by the 2 who got in his way for no apparent reason and really pushed him out in the racetrack, continuously interfered with him. I still think he ran the best race, but the best trip got it done here with Quiet Power.
This ownership group had a nice weekend.
Yes, they did, to say the least.
Belmont Stakes victory. Quiet Power, big here. Finally puts it all together here. The blinkers come off and gets that first win of the career. This maiden breaking score. 3-year-old son of Tappet, and you get 4-1 with an upset to start this late pick 5. 1-6, 4-7. There in race number 4 as we get you back to Horseshoe Indy. Race 2, mile and 70 yards. It is Just about a minute to post here in this state-bred entry-level allowance coming up.
Yeah, and a key horse was Scratch, the one who was one of the few other contenders in here, and I'm not exactly sure why the 5 is 1-9 right now, or I guess 1-2. I was looking at the board and some conflicting information. I guess that horse should be okay, but I'm not sure why that horse is so much more likely to win the 4. I mean, Hard Luck Prayer has the advantage of a recent race and a very big figure. But it was first time going long and got loose in the front end at a slow pace. And with the presence of Mystic Justice, the long shot, and What Now Daddy on the outside, it's a very different pace scenario. So I think Hard Luck Prayer is going to have to show that he can stretch out and win without getting the lead. Because unless there are really foolish rides being given here, aren't the 6 and 7 naturally faster than the 4? Than the 5, and I don't understand. Gin and Whiskey, the 4, is legit. Now, this horse hasn't run in 7 months, but this horse has plenty of figures fast enough to win. Am I crazy?
No, you are correct. By the way, the 4 Gin and Whiskey and the 5 Hard Luck Prayer, both 3-time winners in this field.
Yes, a field of 1 first, and they're really the only horse that could win, especially with the 1 scratched, and I understand they're even money in 4 to 5. And there has been, I was seeing some weird information on their screen that sort of confused me a little bit, and right now the 5 is favored. I think Gin Whiskey's the more likely winner of the 2. I kind of want to see the 5 do it again and do it without the lead.
3 in a row for the 5, though. Hard Luck Prayer. Maiden score, state bred A other than, state bred 2 other than. But still eligible for this spot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that was a fast race last time, but I don't know. This is a horse that stretched out. Did he want to go long all along? Maybe that's possible. I certainly wouldn't be shocked looking at the pedigree. Or maybe this was a horse who was able to control in a slow pace and get it done. And now the pace looks a lot different with the speed of the 6 and 7 on the outside.
Yeah, it's going to have to probably win it a very different way than last time out. Here's the 2. Biggest price, second biggest price up there, Penitent.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for somebody to win in the 4 and 5 would take a near incident in this race. They are just nowhere near fast enough to beat them.
Let's go to Rachel.
Hey guys, we are at race 2 here, and they're about to head to the gate. John Dooley announcing about a minute away in this race. I like the 5 Hard Luck Prayer in here. I didn't get really a big vibe off of anybody in the paddock. They were all very classy, acting like they were allowance horses, and he is. I mean, he's not been worse than 3rd and 4, very consistent. I also like the 7 for a little bit of a long shot. What Now Daddy? Micah Meeks has been doing really, really well here since moving here, Tech. And John Herrera right now, he's just the trainer of the 7, cannot do any wrong. He had a really big winner earlier in the week. I'm telling you, I've just been keeping track of his horses, and his percentage obviously shows that it's almost 19% and 46% in the money. So this horse also with early speed, which is favoring it on the outside. My picks here in this race are going to be 5, 4, 7. I'd throw Tom Medina's horse in here. He won a premier race yesterday. He's sitting right over here with the family beside me. He's really on the upswing right now. And this one just moved to his barn, so we'll see how he does. But his percentages are pretty good first when a horse moves to his barn. We'll see what happens there. A little bit of a layoff, some freshening. Hasn't raced since it's 7 months. But definitely one that I'm going to keep an eye on in this race. They're heading to the gate here now, guys, but I am going to go with Hard Luck Prayer the 5 on top. Good luck.
All right, Rachel, thank you. 3 to 5 as they load now, as Hard Luck Prayer the 5 tries to make it 4 consecutive wins for the Robert Gorham barn. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
3 to 5 on Hard Luck Prayer. Amdane Zaloa for Bob Gorham here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Hard Luck Prayer went it well. That leaves 2 back. Amir Mendoza with Mystic Justice facing up to the gate at 16 to 1 odds. One more, What Now Daddy? Micah Meeks claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance with 17 career wins. Second of the day, it's leg A of the cross-country pick 5. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hard Luck Prayer away alertly. On the outside, here comes this early bid by What Now Daddy with a white cap, and Mystic Justice also right there. Amdane Zaloa takes back Hard Luck Prayer 3rd as they make this first turn run. 7 furlongs to go. First run of the year for Gin and Whiskey, who's second to last, and Penitent trails. As these Indiana breds go to the back of the track, it's What Now Daddy opens up an early 5-length advantage over Mystic Justice, who follows the leader. Hard Luck Prayer is running in third. Break a 6 more to Gin and Whiskey running in fourth, and Penitent remains last of the 5. The opening quarter for the 16-1 frontrunner. What Now Daddy? Clock 23.05 seconds. What Now Daddy leads them to a half mile out. Mystic Justice continues to track. Andres Aloha and Hard Luck Prayer gallops along in third, while 3 clear from Gin and Whiskey. In turn, another 7 lengths back. Penitent being asked to pick up now from last. A half mile for What Now Daddy, 47.35 seconds. They have 3 furlongs to go. It's What Now Daddy as Mystic Justice starts the gain for Amir Mendoza. So on the outside, Mystic Justice, the first to attack What Now Daddy, who's second under pressure. Hard Luck Prayer gains on the outside. Gin and Whiskey in fourth, and Penitent is another burrow away. They turn for home. It's Mystic Justice, top of the stretch. 3/4 1 minute 11.49 seconds. Toward the rail for Amir Mendoza. Mystic Justice has 4 lengths to hold and a 16 to do so. Hard Luck Prayer continues to come hard, but it's still Mystic Justice. Hard Luck Prayer. Gin and Whiskey's third. What Now Daddy fourth. Mystic Justice is safe at home. A length to spare over Hard Luck Prayer. Gin and Whiskey finished third.
Massive upset. Hard Luck Prayer putting in that late run, but comes up short. Mystic Justice with the victory here in race 2.
I mean, you didn't have to like Mystic Justice last race going 1.70 miles when his 11th beaten 32 lengths. What I guess happened here is, by the way, the 5 went to 1-9 the last flash, which is a little incomprehensible. The 5 couldn't rate and win. The 5 needs to have the lead to win going long. And they made the 5 1-9 because I guess somebody realized the 4 can't run it all anymore off the layoff. So the 4 did no running, the 5 can't rate, and then an absolutely impossible horse just won the race at 27-1.
6-5, 4-7, yeah, 27-1 upset. Back to New York. Quiet Power kicks off the late pick 5. Jose Lezcano, Shug McGahee for Phipps Stable in St. Elias.
Got a great trip, a great ride, a patient ride by Jose. Got good position, got in contention, stayed on the rail, and got it done. CJ Starr's been unlucky now twice in a row. I know a disappointing third place finish as the favorite, but to be honest, getting pushed around like that and out of position by the 2 put this horse in a very bad spot. Couldn't get it done, especially when you consider the 6 almost wired the field inside. Little 1-6. Quiet
Homebred
Power finally.
For this ownership group that won the Belmont Stakes over the weekend. $10.30 for the win. Quiet Power graduates career start number 6.
Also part owner of Deterministic as well. Not a bad day.
Back to back in the Manhattan. Sounds like back to the 4-star Dave next.
Makes sense.
Race 5, start of the late pick 4. New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming route race, 1.16 miles, and Into the Wilderness, probably the one to beat, but coming off a layoff, hasn't been seen since November 13th.
Yeah, is my top choice, but I'm going to have to lose a few dollars in the 5 at 27-1. If that horse stays a big price, horses like the 10 and 12 could be interesting. It's a funny race.
Breaking news. We need to say goodbye to Andy Serling.
I'll be back. I'll be back at 4.
All right, enjoy your time off. We'll see you in a little bit. Acacia Clement going to join me, stepping in for Andy while he is catching his
on
breath.
sabbatical.
Yes.
For an hour.
For about 60 minutes. We'll be back. More coming up on this Thursday card from New York. Stick with us. We'll be back on the grass at 1.16 miles right after this.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at nyra.com/Saratoga.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Coming, Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's all the runners on top of the world.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special. Gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Latter half of the card to come. We're about 15 minutes away from race 5, which will kick off the late pick 4, and joined on the set by Keisha Clement. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Feeling a steamy day here at the Big A, as I think this upstairs definitely not outfitted with air conditioning. We've got a little bit of air circulation.
Yes,
It's
we
okay.
we have the portable units trying to help us out in here. It is quite steamy this afternoon. Race 5, of course, coming up next at a mile 16th over the outer turf here. This New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming race. And the 4, I got deserves probably to be the favorite in here, but a long time away for Into the Wilderness.
Yeah, ran very well at a huge price in her most recent effort against the York Bred Maiden Special Weight Company, but that was back in November, and now she's in her 3rd barn, so a trainer switch once again, now with Charlie Baker. She did show more speed this day as well, beaten just by 3/4 of a length, but we'll see what she does off of the layoff.
Dylan Davis will hop aboard for the first time, got beat by Jorge Abreu runner. Chad Brown runner was second in here. Definitely showed some ability, and we'll see if she can take that step forward here. The 3-year-old return coming up, moving to the Charlie Baker barn, 3-1, kind of mild favoritism right now. But
This is a tough race.
Yeah, there's a few other ways certainly to go in here, but she deserves to be the favorite. For you, where'd you wind up in here?
I had a really tough time with this race. I thought the 11, Athena's Fury, was a bit interesting. She had no room on the rail last time out and actually ran on late inside off of the layoff. And you can always assume that probably going to move forward second time off the bench, but we'll have to navigate a trip from the outside.
It's a big price right there you're looking at for David Duggan. What a weekend. Debuted sprinting on the lawn, then tried dirt in a mile, and this will be the comeback race as a 3-year-old going long on the grass for the first time.
Yeah, so first time putting long and turf together. Maybe that's what she wants. She's the daughter of Weekend Hideaway, coming back off the bench. She did take a lot of money in her second start, though, on the dirt, but I thought it was interesting just how short she went off in that race as well.
13 minutes to post. Dominic Schettino barn, Roseburns Dream. Big price at 18-1. So they get that equipment aboard this 3-year-old filly. And take a look at the New York Showcase winners on the day that kicked off our Belmont Saratoga week. Veneta was incredibly impressive for Danny Gargan in that first of 6 stakes races on that Wednesday.
I thought School Coast Folly was probably the most impressive one of the day. I agree Veneta was very good, but I thought there was a lot of speed signed on in that Mike Lee, and yes, probably what you wanted, where you wanted to be on the track, but just the streak that he's been on. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see him in a race like the Alan Jerkins next. But Bernie Takes Charge won the Critical Eye, the half-sister to this runner coming up here in Roseburns Dream, which just seems like pretty much everything from this family can run.
Really fun way to kick off that week with that New York Showcase Day.
Yeah, it was awesome. I love celebrating the New York Reds. We saw some really good performances. Mibago just went out on the front on the turf and just didn't stop. It was really impressive. So it's definitely a really fun way. And I like that they moved it to the beginning of the week versus Sunday after, where everybody's really tired. New York Reds get their little day in the spotlight.
11 minutes to post here in the 5th. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, I really love celebrating the New York Reds as well. It's always a fun day, no matter where they are placed on the calendar, the New York Showcase Days. But taking a look at some of the horses in here coming back off of respective layoffs, and beginning with the horse who is your favorite, that is number 4, Into the Wilderness for Charlie Baker. Now, she is one that I literally wrote in my notes, isn't the most athletic. And I still kind of stand by that for the fact that she's just kind of a frame. Like, there's not much conditioning on her whatsoever. So yes, she does look fit and lean and tucked up, but boy, could she strengthen up. There is not much of her, especially through her flank and across her hind end. So I'm not overly thrilled with what I saw seeing from her, but to be fair, in her last race, she was chasing on the inside, then she moved out a bit wide on the second turn, and she just ran on and was eventually nailed late there in the game. So I'm just at a short price. I'm not totally convinced, though I'm sure this is what she wants to do. Now at a bigger price on the outside is number 12, Mitzi Fogg for Rob Falcone. Picked this one up for $50,000 last year and did not get to run her on the turf when trying to stretch her out. She's been put on the shelf since mid-August. Now, obviously, an issue must have arose from that effort. Does get Lasix, but, ran respectably stretching out. Now, her post position does her no favors, but now, presumably, she's back on the surface that she wants. She has lengthened a ton in her frame. She's so much more athletic, just a more streamlined type of horse, which I think bodes well for her trying this distance on the turf for the first time. She's very laid back and calm and quiet, conserving energy on this very warm day. And she'll add blinkers, a shortcut cheater blinker. But I think Mitzi Fogg brings an element of speed. How much, obviously, remains to be seen from that outside post position. But I think she's very formful in this spot, coming back as a 3-year-old. Now, a first-time starter for Jorge Abreu is number 9, Roasted Reds. Daughter of War Dancer, obviously very good in this type of condition, going along on the turf, but doesn't often strike with his first-time starters. There isn't much pedigree. The dam, she was better going long on the dirt, but she did handle the turf. This is her first foal. She's well spotted. This is what she wants to do, and it's not like she's a super athletic-looking type, so debuting for the Maiden 50, I think, fits. And furthermore, Jorge is extremely adept in getting these horses to win and perform first time out. So with that being said, she looks incredibly fit here, well-defined, fine-tuned, and has been incredibly professional throughout, Greg.
Good sign from a first-time starter. So 7-1 for this Jorge Abreu, Daughter of War Dancer. You will get Flavien Prat, and 7-1 right now for the debut.
Yeah, you lure Flavien Prat onto a first-time starter, and you're getting a big price. It is that kind of wide-open race, and as Maggie touched on, there's not a ton of pedigree on the bottom side, but debuting, going long on the turf, and the barn can certainly have them ready, and I do think the rider assignment is a good sign as well.
13 gets in as well. That also eligible. Do not forget about that. Let's talk Athenos Fury, though, for Amelia Green, the 11, who will be making career start number 3 here. Debuted at Saratoga back as a 2-year-old, and the comeback was May 16th here.
Yeah, so she was off of a layoff, and as I touched on, I thought that she ran well. She took a lot of money that day, too, especially after being 39-1 at first asking on debut. She had no room on the rail last time out, and she did run on the inside a bit. We'll see what kind of trip she navigates from here, but thought that she was interesting. And out of that same race, not tapping, drawing in for Tom Morley, she was really squeezed back and steadied sharply at the start. Manny Franco kind of had to sit in the saddle on her too. So a couple of horses with some trips out of that May 16th race.
Manny Franco, 2-win Thursday afternoon. He'll be aboard this one, the 11, looking for number 3 on the card. As we're 7 minutes to post coming up, it's the 4 Into the Wilderness, holding on to favoritism here for the 3-year-old return for Charlie Baker. And some other interesting runners. I thought the 7 was interesting, taking some support here. Mia Sophia takes a little bit of a drop in class for her 3-year-old return, as we see Athena's Fury checking something out there very intently.
Looks like they're just kind of organizing the horses in numerical order to start to head out, as sometimes she's like, no, I don't think I want to. There we go. As sometimes it can be just a little bit of organization on the paddock judge's part down there in the paddock. But yeah, as far as Mia Sophia, she ran okay back in August against Maiden Special Weight Company in her first start on turf. She was a late scratch back in September, and we haven't seen her since then. So we'll see what she does off the layoff. She is taking some attention.
Yeah, 8-1 from a 12-1 morning line. That the winner of that race, She's Country, would win the Key Sense for George Weaver. And, Mia Sophia, she had to go pretty wide that day, especially into that second turn. And she nearly got second. And beat, obviously, a long ways by a pretty good one. Here's our post parade. We kick things off with Atta Girl Addie 0 for 22.
Yeah, she's had a lot of chances and a lot of chances at this level as well, but she has hit the board quite a few times.
Tom Morley Barn with Ruben Silvera. Here's Valiant Diva.
She finished second in that Night Jasmine race we've been touching on. She's one that's kind of knocking at the door.
Tells you how difficult this race is. 7-2 is your favorite Into the Wilderness.
She is dropping for the first time, though does have the layoff to contend with as she makes her first start for Charlie Baker.
David Duggan long shot. Here is What a Weekend.
First time going long on turf. Another one that has the layoff to overcome.
Bruce Levine Barn. Forward early, backed up late last start, 2 clicks.
Yeah, it did show some speed at least. She's a massive price on the board. That was at least an improvement from first to second start, but haven't seen much to recommend yet.
Here's one we just touched on, Mia Sophia.
Making her first start back as a 3-year-old, and she is taking a drop in class as well.
17-1 next door. Here's Roseburn's Dream.
With that big pedigree, as we mentioned, she's half to Bernie Takes Charge, Bernie in the Rose. Those are more dirt router types, so she'll try the turf once again.
A rare price on Flavian Pratt on this first-time starter.
Yeah, not something you see very often is debuting. We touched on the pedigree already with this one. We know those war dancers like the turf.
2 sprints, 1 on turf, most recently for Bustling Town, the stretch out now.
And Lupine wired the field that day, and this one did have a poor break, but she hasn't broken well in either of her starts yet.
Here is Athena's Fury, Amelia Greenbarn.
Finished a good third, I thought, last time. It had taken a step forward and absolutely second off the bench as a player.
Mitzi Fogg, interesting. The only time on grass she got washed off last start was sprinting at 5.5.
Definitely interesting, especially as she gets to go long on the turf for the first time. I thought she was a turf horse, and with those blinkers on, she should be on the engine early.
And Edgar Zayas on the also eligible that draws in, not tapping.
Tough break last time out. She did break slowly on debut too, but she really got squeezed back and steadied sharply in her first turf race.
3 minutes away. This is going to kick off the late pick 4 on our Thursday coverage. You can play it all right there at NYRA-Bet. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. The offer, when you punch in that at sign up, match $200. Again, right there at NYRABets.com. 3 minutes to post. Difficult race to start off this pick 4. The next, just looking at very quickly, race 6. Liam's Legacy, the 2, Judge Boucher. They come out of the same race. What was your take on those 2?
I think they're both players. Judge Boucher did show more speed last time out, though didn't break as quickly. It's interesting with Judge Boucher. He ran a fast figure in that last race, but it seems like he's one of those horses that has just kind of been right there, but you expect those Chad Brown horses to break through by this point.
Coming off a career best effort, though, Judge Boucher, not the morning line favorite. It's Liam's Legacy. That's the second leg of this pick 4, but it starts here. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with a bit of a long shot, and that is number 10, who may have a bit of speed. That's Bustling Town, as she'll stretch out on the turf for the first time. And last time, she took a pretty hard bump between horses, and that just put her behind the 8 ball. She didn't have much early foot to begin with, but looking at her, she really truly does look like she wants to go longer. Now, she is a 4-year-old, and a lot of these other horses are 3-year-olds, so she does have a little bit of a development advantage, at least when you look at these horses physically. But I thought she was kind of interesting and worth a look in here, as it gives the impression of a race that whoever kind of is going to be forward in here probably is going to be there late too. I feel like that's just typically the way that these maiden claimers go on the turf. Now, number 11, Athena's Fury, she makes a good deal of sense. I did not see her for her return on May 16th, but she has grown relative to what I saw from her as a 2-year-old mid-August last year. And she, ran in a race that was fairly live that day. Now, she couldn't get past Valiant Diva, who is about twice the price of her. She was chasing on the rail. So she was the one that had the advantageous trip of being down on the rail. She was able to stay on behind a much the best favored winner in Night Jasmine. But, compared between her and Valiant Diva, I think Valiant Diva ran the better race. Now, she could very well move forward since she is now second off the layoff, and it really well turned out here. But I just thought that price disparity may not be warranted. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Valiant Diva, one of 2 in here for husband Tom Morley's barn. 14-1, and then also eligible he has as well from that outside post.
Yeah, they're both big prices. I do agree with Maggie on the price disparity between Valiant Diva and the number 11, Athena's Fury. I would imagine because Athena's Fury is a little bit more lightly raced, and that's why we are seeing her be shorter. But Valiant Diva, that was her first start with blinkers on, and she was more forward, though she didn't have the best of trips in that start. But when you see an equipment change, I do always appreciate when she's able to get herself into the race a little bit more.
And the wagering's changed quite a bit in here. It was 7-2 just a couple of minutes ago on Into the Wilderness, who has been favored throughout. The money finally starting to come in, 2-1 favorite now on the 4.
Yeah, she's taking a lot of attention. She is dropping in class for the first time. She has Dylan Davis aboard. I thought that there were some other interesting ways to go in a pretty wide open race, as she's 9-5 now, but she absolutely could get the win here.
Late pick 4 on this Thursday card, and our Fox Sports 2 coverage starts right here. Into the Wilderness, 3-year-old return to the races. There she is, those green and black silks. Dylan Davis for Charlie Baker. Let's go upstairs for the call. Here's Chris Griffin.
Into the Wilderness, bustling town. Stepping forward. What a weekend. 2 clicks. Athena's Fury. Misty Fog. Not tapping. Last to load. All set. And they're off. What a weekend. Broke sharply as Hard Scent asked for early speed. What a weekend. Right to the front and towards that first turn. We'll cross over, get to the rail. What a weekend. And Jamie Rodriguez forwardly placed. Towards the outside now, stalking from second, that's Athena's Fury. And following them, that's Misty Fog. That's the top trio. Tough to handle. A little keen on the inside there. Valiant Diva now more settled with Into the Wilderness is in between horses in 5th. Back there in 6th comes Roasted Reds. It's to the outside of a tight hold on 2 clicks, who's back to 7th. Then in behind them, Rose Burns Dream is now in 8th and followed to the outside by now moving forward. That's Not Tapping. Not Tapping just in front of Atta Girl Addie towards the back end, bustling town, and the early trailer. Mia Sophia, 24.50, the opening quarter mile. What a weekend with a half-length advantage. Athena's Fury right there engaged to the outside from second, 3 wide. That's Misty Fog. At the rail, here comes the run from Valiant Diva. Ruben Silvera progressing from 4th, now challenging for 3rd, 49.27 the half-mile time. Into the Wilderness, Dylan Davis asking for more. In between horses there in 5th, then comes Roasted Reds. Down at the rail, 2 clicks, starts to progress 2. out wider. Here comes a run from Not Tapping in the red cap just past Roseburn's Dream, who's now asked the question far back at a girl Addie and Bustling Town. They're followed by Mia Sophia, the trailer. They reach the top of the lane, and What a Weekend now cut loose. What a Weekend's got plenty so far. Athena's Fury is not letting that leader get away, though, and here comes Athena's Fury to the outside, lifting, and now Athena's Fury has taken the lead. Athena's Fury trying to get away from What a Weekend inside the final 16th. Manny Franco, he's on a roll. Athena's Fury will win it. What a Weekend second, then came 2 Clicks and Valiant Diva.
Athena's Fury, third time the charm. Manny Franco, his third win on the afternoon, teaming up with the Barn of Amelia Green.
Manny's riding so well. We saw a tremendous Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for him. He had this horse in a really good spot, able to run down the number 5, What a Weekend, who was forward and used that speed early. Disappointing effort from your favorite Into the Wilderness, who took all that money off of the layoff, and turned out it was a bit more wide open.
So 4-1 on your winner. Manny having a big Thursday afternoon. And improvement here from this 3-year-old filly by Modernist. High Step Racing, East Coast Partners team up for the win. And this was a difficult race to try and navigate. And we still have some contentious races to come. Certainly that last race on the card on the turf as well, even with all those scratches, seems very tough.
Yeah, very tough, very wide open. I thought this sequence was quite tricky. Plenty of ways to go.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll get you back to Horseshoe Indy when we return. We'll be on the turf for the first time. Manny Esquivel, who we know very well from Hot Springs coverage on this program. What a start to the meet. 46%, 6 wins his first 13 mounts in Shelbyville. Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. And race 3 at Horseshoe Indy. We're going to be on the turf for the first time. The rail is out 48 feet. This is 5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn. first level allowance race. And let's check in with Rachel.
Hey guys, wow, right before that I had a nice overcast cloud, but it's definitely bright and hot and beautiful today, but we will take it. This is a short turf race. On long turf races, like a little bit more of a closer, but I picked some early speed horses in here. I've got a couple to talk to you about that I spoke to the connections, and the first one is my top selection and the current favorite on the board with the 3, Cut a Cutie. You guys were talking about Manny Esquivel. Fun fact, he's not riding for him today, but the jockey Manny Esquivel is the nephew of one of our top trainers here, Cipriano Contreras. You guys might also know, I heard you talking about before the break, but here he's riding this filly for Aaron West. Now I'm sitting over here talking to people about the first race, and a guy comes up to me and says, who do you like in the 3rd? And I said, well, which one is yours? And he said, the only one in there. So I liked his confidence there, but he manages Terry Stevens' horses. His name is Larry Holt, so he's the manager for all of Terry's horses, and he said that she's cantankerous. She's got a lot of lick to her, though, a lot of speed, and he said that Aaron thinks she'll really like the grass today. So that's my top selection. Another one that I got to talk to was the 8 Collective Beauties assistant trainer here. Brad Cox has Ricky Giannini in Indiana. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard. She looked a little bit overmatched here. I didn't put her on my tip sheet, my top 3. That does not mean that I don't think you should mix her into maybe some trifectas. She's on the outside. She's got a lot of speed. Ricky said, the assistant to Brad Cox, Ricky Giannini, she's a little, if the speed collapses, he thinks she's got a really good shot then. They're heading to the gate now. I'll just mention my other 2 in my top 3. Fancy Fascinator, the 4. Summer Polly's aboard for Ed Moger here. She's 2-2 last week with him. She's doing really well, and was the beaten favorite in the last race. And then some more speed with the 5. La Puma was who I was going to throw in. This is first time with winners, a step up. So, you know, mix in as you see fit. But I would say 3-8-4-5 would be my superfecta in this race. With the 3, Cut a Cutie. We got to love that that confidence for her with the 3. Good luck, you guys. I'm going to send it back to you in New York as they're approaching the gate.
Thank you, Rachel. 9-5 now as she sends it back here on the 3, Cut a Cutie, who will get on turf for the first time and coming off a big win on dirt.
And it's interesting. I mean, she ran very fast on dirt last time. She has no turf pedigree on the bottom side to speak of. The second dam did run faster on the grass, but there really isn't much to sink your teeth into. And her lone synthetic race, albeit in stakes company, was by far her worst effort yet. So word must be out that she'll handle the turf. We'll see how she does on the surface switch, but she is a short price switching over the number 8 Collective Beauty, who Rachel mentioned for Brad Cox. I know she's off of a little bit of a layoff. She faced the Town Tempter last time out, who is running in stakes company at Laurel this weekend.
And then you have a closing sprinter, Kinnan LaRose, former top assistant to Tom Amos, who's taken over that barn, cutting back. Going to be pretty far back early, you would think.
Yeah, she's far back early for sure, but I think it's quite clear she is not a router.
That is the 6, Nelson's Penny. Here we go, race 3, Horseshoe, Indianapolis. John Dooley with the call.
Mystic Justice, our first 2 main track winners. Santo Sanjor with La Puma. Manny Esquivel with Cut a Cutie. Declan Cannon and Nelson's Penny. This is the first of 4. The turf course here rated good, route at 48 feet, and 1 more. Collective Beauty, Fernando de la Cruz. Leads the meet here with 21 wins. All in line. And they're off. Fast start for Cut a Cutie. Good speed toward the inside from Stormy Paradise and La Puma. Also now part of the early plot. Here's La Puma up to Cut a Cutie, who just leads them for Manny Esquivel. With on the outside, La Puma staying right with Cut a Cutie, and Fancy Fascinator is into 3rd. Stormy Paradise got quite a bit of tight quarters and takes back, joined on the outside. First run since the fairgrounds for Collective Beauty, who's making progress to 3 furlongs from home. Stormy Paradise has dropped back after being a bit of a squeeze as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. The trailers are Barb's Vortex and Nelson's Penny. The first 2 of 5 furlongs, well, there it is, posted in 20.56 as these fillies and mares blaze for home. It's Cut a Cutie and La Puma trying to drive past. 1 furlong to go. Cut a Cutie on the outside, La Puma. The battle soon to be joined by Fancy Fascinator and Collective Beauty. She's over here on the stand side with Santo Sanjor. It's La Puma, a nose in front, La Puma. dived out of the finish. It's a close call with Good Cutie in a photo of inches. And then farther back was Fancy Fascinator and Collective Beauty next.
Tough to see from the angle that we had. I'm usually wrong. Maybe La Puma. Let's take another look.
It sounded like in John Dooley's call, it might have been the number 5, La Puma, who ended up going off at even money. Very short price on this one, who broke her maiden last time out. Coda Cutie, who got on the turf for the first time, did show speed. She ran very well on the grass, but it was a head bob down to the wire. That's tough.
5 to 2 or even money. Maybe the 5 again. As soon as we find out, we will pass that along. Back in that third at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Back to New York. Athena's Fury 4 to 1. Nice call.
Thank you very much. Been a great day for Manny Franco. Put this one in the right spot. She was able to run down pace setting. What a weekend. And second off the layoff, she gets to the winner's circle.
Difficult race in this, well, pick 6, pick 5, and to start off the pick 4 here as well. $10.36 for the win. What a weekend at 15 to 1. Winds up second, 87 to 1. Oof. 2 clicks. Completes the trifecta.
Yeah, we mentioned at least some improvement, showing a bit more speed last time out. Well, she improved a lot today.
50-cent trifecta, $1,384.
Wow.
And how about the dollar super? Throw in the 3 for 4th. Almost $50,000.
Did you have that?
Wow, I never play superfectas, but I wouldn't have had it anyway.
I would not. I would not have.
Wow. That's why we love this game. Cannot do that betting on baseball or football or even the Knicks. Unless you bet them at halftime, maybe.
Right.
Mile race coming up on the main track. New York bred maiden special weight here in the 6th. And the rematch between Liam's Legacy, the 2, and Judge Boucher, who career start number 3, just went next level for Chad Brown, even though beat a huge step forward from a Beyer's speed figure standpoint.
Yeah, a massive improvement. She ran an 81 Beyer speed figure last time out, and I wouldn't be too put off by that maiden optional claiming race 2 starts back. She is a New York bred, so she doesn't have to run for the claiming tag when eligible in those kinds of races.
All right, we're gonna take a timeout. Much more on race 6 when we return. Approaching the 15-minute mark to post. Flavien Prat had a very productive Belmont at Saratoga week. We'll tell you all about it when we come back here on America's Day at the Races.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
And Kathy and Marissa is unleashed at the top of the stretch as she tackles Portfolio Duration. Portfolio Duration has something for her in the final furlong and is still in front. Kathy and Marissa, here's Kankura coming with big gray strides down the center of the course. Kankura or Portfolio Duration? Portfolio Duration!
What an afternoon for Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, and riding here in the Silks of Klarovich stables. Better Roses, Wonder Again, and then the New York on the front end.
Yeah, and it was a terrific ride by Portfolio Duration, putting her on the lead. I liked Kankura, who got beat a nose there. But the speed made all the difference for a lightly raced filly who maybe hadn't faced as much as some of her competition in that race. Now a Grade 1 winner.
Clearly the best ride all week long. Tawny Port?
Oh, he was sensational. But really, Flavien did a great job with him, put him into the race, and he stays. He can run forever.
Ways and Means, maybe the best matchup and race that we saw. It's just of two kind of heavyweights going toe-to-toe, but
Sensational
Nisos
race.
was amazing, too, in the Met Mile.
Yeah, and that was Nisos. You know, we talk about good horses, which obviously he is, but that was such a brilliant ride by Flavien Prat to kind of ease back there, so confident, and he did such a beautiful job with Nisos to get that win.
He's going to be on this one here, first-time starter for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables, who we teamed up to win that New York on Portfolio Duration. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll get to that horse in a moment, Greg, but we'll start with Liam's Legacy, who for his second start will face Judge Boucher again, but also get Lasix. And while I did not cover their last meeting back on May 10th, Mother's Day, figured I'd give myself a day off. But looking at him, boy, he is striking. He is big, he is good looking, and kind of proving of the ilk that one race would be greatly beneficial as he does look fit here. Now, whether he's able to break through and get his maiden broken here today and turn the tables on Judge Boucher, I'm not quite sure, because he's still very laid back here in the paddock. We'll see if that proverbial light bulb has gone on with Liam's Legacy, but definitely a horse that possesses quality and talent, and look for an improved effort here second time out. Judge Boucher, we saw really step up his game in that last start, but it was also his first start with blinkers on. So a very short cut, small cheater blinker he's wearing here yet again. A horse that I've always had a bit of interest in. I remember thinking, I wasn't covering his race first time out, but I loved the way he looked on the racetrack, and threw a couple dollars on him. He was able to pick up third at 21-1. But I think a horse that maybe has taken a little while to put it all together mentally. And you don't love to see the chances starting to add up with Chad Brown runners, but I do think there is some ability with this horse. He's currently 6-5 and fits well against this group. However, Chad's other horse in here, the first-time starter, Term Premium, Son of Practical Joke, the dam she won going long on the dirt. This is her first full, but the second dam is multiple graded stakes winning dirt sprinter and one of the most favored New York breds that we've had running in recent history, La Verdad. Now, she has not produced that much on the racetrack, despite being a very good racehorse herself, but even though it is a little bit more of a pedigree that's leaning towards shorter, I actually think looking at this horse physically, that debuting at a mile fits him. Now, that could be also a negative, and Chad Brown tipping his hand saying that, oh, he's a little bit on the slower side. But at least looking at him here in the paddock against the foes that he meets today, he stacks up very favorably, Greg, and he's really well turned out and at least well prepared for this debut.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how he does in the debut coming up. Prat for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Favorite, though, stablemate Judge Boucher. Will the fourth time be the charm? Stay with us. We're back. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We get set for race 6, final pick 3 on this Thursday card. And there's the 6-5 favorite just leaving the screen, getting ready to make his way to the racetrack for our post parade. Coming up, what a 2 in here for Chad Brown. We start with Nordic Fire for the James Bond barn.
Showed a little bit, finishing 3rd on debut. Did look like a horse that really needed a race last time out, though.
Sakatoga Stable Silks, Funny Side, Tis the Law, and Barkley Tag. Here's Liam's Legacy.
Thought he should be able to move forward 2nd time out, though funny enough, on the bottom side, the stronger horses are more turf horses.
He was 6+ lengths behind this one when they met May 10th, Judge Boucher.
And this horse was much more forward, did the dirty work, showed a lot more speed despite hopping up at the start.
Charlie Baker, first-time starter. Here's One Giant Prince.
He's the half-brother to Burning Beauty, who's kind of been a hard-knocking campaigner for Charlie Baker.
Stablemate to the favorite, debuting for Chad Brown. Here's Term Premium.
As Maggie mentioned, that big pedigree in the 2nd generation with La Verdad in there, a son of Practical Joke.
Biggest price on the board. Here's Always Honest, Edgar Zayas.
Yeah, and has been exposed against Maiden Claiming Company, so stretching back out in distance and a big step up in class.
And another one for James Bond outside. It was nearly 25-1 first time out.
Was very distracted in green first time out. We'll see if he's more professional in his 2nd start.
So not a lot separating this rematch here between the 2 Liam's Legacy, the 3 Judge Boucher coming out of that same race, even though more than 6 lengths did separate them when they met May 10th. But with Liam's Legacy, the 2, I guess you're figuring upside here, productive debut for start number 2?
Yeah, absolutely. I did not cover that race either, unfortunately.
Favored now, actually.
Yeah, wow. Oh, 3-2 on Liam's Legacy. That's crazy. I thought this one would be a little bit more of a price. So between Maggie and I, no notes to compare on Liam's Legacy, but I did see this one as a yearling when selling is half to Loon Cry, who Waterville Lake Stables had horses with my father-in-law and my husband for years, but they always sell the colts and keep the fillies. So this one went to the sale, and he was lovely even as a yearling, but thought it was interesting what Maggie said about him still being so laid back and maybe still kind of mentally figuring things out. So like that warm-up Junior Alvaredo's giving him.
Surprised with how fast a race Judge Boucher ran, that this one's the 8-5. It's very close.
Yeah.
And there is that upside potential here. Maggie, what are you seeing from these 2?
I just feel as though Judge Boucher is going to be the horse that has more speed. And so therefore, often speed in dirt racing leads to success, though I do see what Junior Alvarado is doing here with number 2, Liam's Legacy, who is getting that brisk warm up and trying to get him to focus, accept the bit, accept the bridle, and really kind of hone in on the task at hand. But it's interesting, Acacia brings up his pedigree. I do see turf in this horse's physical makeup as well. But let's take a look at a few long shots, actually. Co 15-1 shots. First time starter, number 4, One Giant Prince. Cairo Prince actually, his best numbers are with his dirt routers. And if you go back a generation, despite having a productive immediate family, the dam is full to Greatest Stakes winner Giant Moon. So this is a long-time Alfred pedigree that he has had a lot of success with. Now, he is very much of the Cairo Prince kind of line, obviously being gray, and just that kind of longer, one-sided type of frame, but there's a lot of leg, and he's nicely balanced and well put together. He probably needs to strengthen, but what I want to keep my eye on, he's well spotted, at least going a mile here first time out. And then willing to give another shot to number 8, Teufelsdale, who actually broke very well in his debut, which was a 7-furlong sprint. But once he had to steady a little bit for a horse crossing over in front of him, and then once he started getting that kickback, he dropped anchor. He was having none of it. So I'm wondering, with the far outside draw, does this allow him to well, not get encumbered by kickback, and to just be a little bit more forwardly placed, considering he does have at least a bit of an engine to get out of the gate. Good looking type. I know he didn't take much money first time out, so not hinting at being live by any means, but I feel like he's better than that first race would suggest. He got a really big, spirited warm-up, so yeah, I do think we'll see him forward beneath Jose Lezcano. Greg?
15-1 from that outside post here for start number 2. Yeah, Jose Lezcano was mentioned. Will be aboard, breaking from that outside post. But it is the two who met back on May 10th. The 2 Liam's Legacy, the 3 Judge Boucher, 9-5, 8-5, respectively.
Yeah, and Judge Boucher should be the favorite, especially given the figure that he ran last time out, the improvement with the blinkers. Manny Franco is an aggressive rider as well. Like I said, even though he hopped up at the start last time, he did it moving forward, so it really did not impact him and where he was positioned in that race, and he was part of the early pace and did a lot of the dirty work in there and finishing just second best, and like I said, it was a big improvement, so he should be favored, and it will be interesting to see if there will be some others who should be more forward with him.
Manny looking for number 4 on the 7-5 favorite here on this Thursday card. The 3 Judge Boucher rematch with Liam's Legacy. Here's the 1 Nordic Fire, 1 of 2 for the James Bond Barnes, stepping in as inside and outside here. Those famous silks. Saratoga Stable. The horse who won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. The New York bred Funny Side. 'Tis the Law. In that crazy COVID year where the Belmont Stakes kicked off the Triple Crown. Here we go with a 6th. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Always Honest. Teufelsdale. All set. And they're off. Term Premium off a step slow at the back end of the field. Speed from Teufelsdale to the outside is now a neck in front of Always Honest, who comes right back, and Always Honest takes the lead. Always Honest is up by a half length, now a full length, and moving forward here towards their outside is Judge Boucher, who's worked to the center portion of the racetrack in third. At the rail is going to be Nordic Fire, and that's the leading 4. Nobody in any hurry is Always Honest. Edgard Zayas, they'll carve out the fractions. At the back end of that leading group comes Liam's Legacy. It's a big gap, 6 lengths back to Term Premium, and One Giant Prince is the trailer. 23.14 for that opening quarter mile, and opening up the margin, it's Always Honest. Always Honest is approaching a half mile left to go at a massive number and is 4 lengths in front. Judge Boucher now emerges to the outside, and Judge Boucher has taken second. Back to third is Teufelsdale. Liam's Legacy was at the back end of the leading group, is on the move, and now Always Honest trying to hold the advantage, but Judge Boucher catching with every single stride. Judge Boucher is ready to challenge Always Honest, the big long shot, as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Always Honest is not going away yet. Judge Boucher is trying to push on by. Liam's Legacy now, Term Premium on the grandstand side, starts to commence a rally, and here comes the debuter after Judge Boucher. It is Term Premium, and Term Premium is catching Judge Boucher, who's still in front. Judge Boucher with a final 16th. Term Premium to the outside. Judge Boucher is game. Term Premium tries. Judge Boucher wins it. Judge Boucher won it over Term Premium, Liam's Legacy, and Teufelsdale.
Judge Boucher, the experience, able to hold off the upstart stablemate here, making the debut. Term Premium looked like he might roll by this field. Has to settle for second, first time out.
The experience showed in the stretch there. Judge Boucher, who took over from Longshot Always Honest, who set the pace pretty comfortably, but Judge Boucher, you could see when his stablemate Term Premium came to the attack, he's going to flip back to his inside left lead, and you'll see horses do that in the stretch when they're just trying so hard, and he really was set down. And that's 4 today for Manny Franco.
Unreal. Wins here on the 7-5 favorite. 3, 5, 2, 8 here in race 6. So Judge Boucher, start number 4. Gets that first victory here. Chad Brown, Michael Dubb, William Lawrence, and as Acacia mentioned, 4 for the man aboard, Manny Franco. But one giant term premium to be excited about here for start number 2.
Yeah, it ran very well. Seemed like he kind of figured things out a little bit late, and he came rolling in the stretch. Like you said, looked like he was about to just go by his stablemate, but Judge Boucher dug in. Experience really can be so valuable. And Maggie had some good things to say about long shot Tufflesdale. He hung on for 4th at 17-1. Much improved effort second time out.
4 wins counting. He's still got 2 chances left on this Thursday card, and coming off a huge week as well. Belmont at Saratoga. Manny Franco continuing to produce here on the NYRA circuit.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the NYRA Bets Pegasus Stakes plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I kind of grew up in horse racing on air and broadcasting, covering this track. So even before I came here to work for the New York Racing Association, I was covering Aqueduct for more than 12 years. So I learned the game, kind of covering this racetrack. But as I took on this role with NYRA, this has sort of become my home away from home. You know, taking the subway out here, seeing people on the train asking me who I like in the races coming up. You got to play, got to get down, be in it to win it. When I first got involved in the sport, I was pretty new to it, and I became a huge fan of Husaichi Pegasus. That was $4 million horse, regal breeding. He wound up coming here to the Wood. He was dominant, and then he went on to win the Kentucky Derby. That horse, that win in the Wood, was one of the early moments where I sort of fell in love with this game. I'm gonna miss the people you see out here every single day. That was what sort of made Aqueduct special. This core group of racing fans that love this sport so much, and how boisterous they were. Coming up, seeing that big mural, every time I see it, I can't help but smile. Even if it could be the worst, coldest day, it doesn't matter. Whenever I see that, it put a smile on my face, walking into work. And this place will always, for me, have a lot of great memories. Into the final stretch here of a racetrack that's been very important to this city. And our final goodbyes, June 27th, 28th. Get out here if you can. We're giving away a piece of the racetrack on that final day on June 28th. So if you can make it out here, do everything you can. I was there for that closing day at Hollywood Park, and it was a great atmosphere. It was sad, but it was great to see everyone too, and I expected to have those same kind of mixed feelings on closing day here.
Look at how many people we had for the final Wood Memorial here at Aqueduct, which was pretty cool. And just to see such a great crowd on hand for kind of the last really big race at Aqueduct. So for a special weekend, a place I know that means a lot to all of us. You did a great job with that, Greg. And I love seeing the clips of everybody from back in the day.
That was way back. Surprised me a little bit. Race 4, Horseshoe Indy, 6 furlongs. This state-bred, $15,000 maiden claiming race. It's first. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Even money. Or we have 4 to 5. Officer Gamble. 0 for 12 with a lot of runner-ups here. Short price. Let's go to Rachel.
Hey guys, actually Shauna Martin, the trainer for the 10 Officer Gamble, just walked by here. Her dad, fun fact, Paul Martin, is in the Indiana Racing Hall of Fame as a very wonderful man. We lost him a few years ago to cancer, but Shauna has taken over some of his horses, and she's a wonderful horsewoman herself. I will tell you that this one does have a little bit of that early speed. It should set right off, I think. But Shauna said he really likes to get second, doesn't he, Rachel? The 10 hole is going to be tricky, but I heard Mitch in the background as she was kind of hyping him up, and she's glad Mitch is aboard again. She said he's the one that's got him the closest, and she thinks he's going to be finally the one to get him to win, is really what she said. And then let's go over to the 2, God and Luck. You know, you guys, Jeff Heil bred, owned, and trained this one. He's got a little bit, adding blinkers. You got to think a change might do him some good. Finished 3rd in his last race, so I'm just looking for him to wake up a little bit. I didn't get to talk to Jeff, but Marcelino is such a talented and patient jockey. I really think they're going to improve off that. And then I called Klopp, and I'm just going to tell you guys the truth. He said, give me this one, Rach. He said, I wouldn't give her out today, or him out today. Biker, the 3, the Randy Klopp trainee. Randy said he wants to see what he does this race. So I'm going to move straight to one that I think could fit in here, given that Klopp's not very excited about Biker. And I'm going to move to the 8, Reaching Out. Jose Gutierrez was our leading apprentice jockey last year. He's aboard here for Darlene Green. Bruce and Lori Murphy are one of our top breeders and owners in the state. So I love to see their name on here. The connections are good. Jose is sneaky good rider. He kind of flies under the radar because of that 5-pound bug, but he is very talented. This one is another one that has a little bit of speed, so I might throw it in. So I'd say, given looking at them, talking to some of the connections, I would switch things around to either 10-8-2 or 10-2-8, but Officer Gamble, yeah, we're down to 4 to 5 now, you guys. So that's my top selection. You hate to see it. Hopefully we'll get a little bit better price on the underneath. Back to you guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Yeah, odds-on favoritism to that outside runners had a lot of opportunities, but maybe just finding the right field this afternoon. Back to New York, and in race 6, 4-win day, Manny Franco. It's Judge Boucher, Chad Brown, Michael Dubb, William Lawrence, and Manny.
He picked up right where he left off after that strong week during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Judge Boucher ended up going off as the favorite, getting the win. I wouldn't be surprised, and I hope if we see Liam's Legacy on turf next time.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on that going forward. Race 7, mile and a 16th on the grass in this allowance optional claiming field, and right timing. Even money seems like might be right.
Yeah, this horse, she was very impressive when switching to the grass last time out. I remember seeing her in her first couple starts at Tampa and Keeneland, and she just was kind of a work in progress and switched to the grass, and she was dazzling, just extending her stride on the turf there.
Back to Horseshoe Indy, 4 to 5 favorite. The outside runner, the 10, Officer Gamble. Career start number 13. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
Fernando de la Cruz, Shaggy in the City. Facing up to the gate. Now Dottie's Blue Money has gone all in. Shaggy in the City. Micah Meeks with Biker. Was a late scratch here on 9. Senor Justice, the 9 is a non-runner. Jose Gutierrez with Reaching Out. Luis Contreras with Rockstar Justice. Main track fast. The turf course was just upgraded to firm here, and one more. Officer Gamble, Mitchell Morrill for Shauna Martin. They're in the game. And they're off. Reaching out, broke fast. Officer Gamble going for an early push. Right there toward the inside is God and Luck, and Rockstar Justice also looking to add pep to the pace. It's God and Luck. He leads here toward the inside for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. The leader, God and Luck, pressed hard by Rockstar Justice, and reaching out is just off them running in third. Lover's Trap in fourth. Mitch Morrill, Officer Gamble, fifth on the far outside. Then toward the inside, as they enter the far turn, Dottie's Blue Money running in sixth. Then further back to Kramer, who's in front of Shaggy in the City, and the one well back. Biker trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter, hot pace on, 21.95, and Rockstar Justice just took the lead at 15-1. It's Rockstar Justice on the edge of the quarter pole for Luis Contreras. Nearest the inside is God and Luck, who's trying to stay on. And on the outside, Officer Gamble coming with a sweep. Dottie's Blue Money is in range. Lover's Trap straightened away in fifth. Top of the stretch, half mile, 45.52. Rockstar Justice, 1 furlong to last. Rockstar Justice edges left under pressure. God and Luck is a spent force. Dottie's Blue Money, here comes Kramer moving up toward the inside. And Officer Gamble has also dropped away. Rockstar Justice holding on. From Dottie's Blue Money's late gain. Kramer was third, then Officer Gamble and Shaggy in the City.
Rockstar Justice, career start number 3, turning back in distance with the win here in the fourth from Horseshoe Indy.
And he was part of the pace early on. He was able to hold on, but it was a significant drop in class and a huge improvement from what he'd done in his first 2 starts.
15-1 on your winner.
Wow.
For the Joseph Davis barn. That is going to do it for me. Andy Serling, you're going to come over here?
I'm going to slide over there, yeah.
Okay, Andy's going to step in there,
Okay.
and they'll bring the rest of the card here from New York and more from Horseshoe Indy as well, and preview a big day at Monmouth. I'll be on site Saturday afternoon for Monmouth. It includes the Pegasus, maybe get a starter or 2 for the Haskell, and a date with Napoleon Solo. Andy stepping on board right after a break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. I want to welcome back to the show Andy Serling. I just slid over on the desk and we've just had musical chairs up here throughout the afternoon.
Well, you did try to steal my earpiece. Just own it.
I did.
You tried to sneak off with it.
Well,
Michael
this
stopped
is my
you.
third, job I've done today.
Right, you're covering all positions.
Yes, I covered
well, you
all
could
my
be a
bases.
camera person if you'd like.
Yeah.
Chelsea could slip in.
I'm going to jump in and start
She
editing
looks eager
after
to
this
be a
as well.
hostess on the show.
Yeah, there you
host,
go.
so
We'll do some switching.
Move over there.
Coming up this weekend, though, at Monmouth Park, we have some fun stakes action to look forward to, including the Naira Bets Pegasus Prep, the local prep for the Haskell coming up, as well as the Salvatore Mile Grade 3 event. Will go as race 9 and came up a fun field as well. As we'll take a look, that does include Point Doom, who we saw win the Carter here over Bookham Dano, who of course would come back to win the True North after that disappointing effort from an outside post in the Churchill Down Stakes for Point Doom.
Yeah, I don't want to hold that race too much against him, but it was an unusually poor effort for a horse that's been keeping remarkably good form. Very game to beat Bookham Dano. Bookham Dano looked to have a measure at this point, just couldn't get by him. It was Bookham Dano's return off the layup, but Point Doom has been extremely game in getting things done. And really good record, and he's a horse that has been effective going around 2 turns and going longer, so it's not as though he can't be effective, but it does seem like his best 2 races were at 7 furlongs, and this is a pretty salty field.
Yeah, definitely. Some interesting horses in here. Point Doom 6-1 on the morning line after that big effort. See if Grande can get back on track. I thought it was really interesting seeing him there. Grand Mo the first ran a really fast race, and then of course Bishop Bay, who we've seen a lot. Nice race shaping up.
Was Wood Memorial Day a shorts weather? I don't remember. He may have been a little chilly as the day went on. I think it got colder.
I think it was warmer earlier, and then
shorts.
I wouldn't be wearing shorts, but
Shorts weather really depends on who you are.
That's
For some
true.
people, the winter shorts weather. Not for me.
As we head back over to today in New York, take a look at the field for race 7 coming up as this one on the turf for this Phillies allowance race. There is Right Timing, Maggie, who was very impressive when switching to the grass last time.
Okay, so there's a few weird things that make me happy in this game, and they're totally idiosyncratic, but I love when progeny look almost identical to their sires, and boy, does your favorite in here, Right Timing, look almost identical to Not This Time. She's just missing a white star and 1 white foot, but just the way that she's put together too, and she was so impressive last time out in breaking her maiden. I mean, to put that much separation on a field on her first time on the turf really speaks to her talents. So she's looking fantastic here yet again, and really will be much the horse to beat. Do want to check in with some horses that are coming off respective layoffs. One of them is number 2, Abigail. We saw her early in April as she shipped out to Santa Anita for the Providencia, which was wired by a 26-1 shot in Lilo Lil. And Abigail, she had to break from the far outside post, and she was tracking the leader, but she was really hard on the bridle. So I feel like, well, she's not a horse that needs a lead, and she was probably ridden to instruction / what has worked in the past, but I just felt like because she was expending so much energy kind of tugging early, maybe that didn't do her any favors. But she is a very good looking type, big daughter of Constitution in here. There were actually 2 next time out winners as well, including the favorite who would make amends and post an 82 buyer with winning her subsequent stakes for Phil D'Amato. I like what I'm seeing from Abigail here. Big, like I said, big strapping filly that looks fit and well conditioned for Miguel Clement. So I know her numbers are a little bit lighter, but she could be poised to take that next step forward now as a later 3-year-old. Number 4 is Bella Knows. She was one that I'll admit I didn't necessarily love in her outings that I saw her, which were in her debut, which she won, as well as I think second time out. She just, struck me as a horse that was a little bit on the backward side, like there was some development that she was going to get better as the years started adding up. And I can confirm that that has happened. She is far more athletic. And I feel like with Brad Cox, you're always, feeling comfortable leaning into the fact that these horses are fit, because that is what she looks like. And really, her numbers as a 2-year-old were faster than several of the runners that she meets here. So with routine improvement, which it looks like she has definitely physically, and she's somewhere mentally mature too, she could be pretty tough, but no doubt about it, Acacia. Your favorite, Right Timing, is really going to be tough in here.
She was impressive when switching to the grass last time. Maggie, thank you. But keeping with Bella Knows, here is a look at her second place finish in the Chelsea Flower. Her lone start going long on the turf, as she is the daughter of Ken Tharo. She started off sprinting, and she ran a good second behind Deep Learning.
Yeah, Deep Learning unfortunately has not run yet as a 3-year-old. She got a good trip. This one just followed behind, got a very good trip and got it for second. But, just feels like the kind of horse with routine improvement, gets herself in position to be good enough to be at least effective in this race. I'm not taking a position against the favorite in here, but I think both she and Susie on the outside feel like 3-year-olds with a little bit of upside. I'm surprised that the 9 Susie's not taking any money here. Isn't that a little weird?
Yeah, I remember. I have such a weird memory. So I remember when she debuted, you and I did Talking Horses together at Saratoga, because I picked her because she has a massive pedigree. And we talked about being by Union Rags. And then when I looked at her, she probably wants to go longer. And she finally did win in Breaker Maiden when going more distance. But she is out of a mare who's the sister to Lady Sherrill, Perfect Cheryl Shakespeare. I mean, there's all these good turf horses in the pedigree, and maybe she hasn't quite stepped forward, but Coach Missoula did wire the field on the Hilltop last time.
I mean, Coach Missoula, who I tried in the Wonder again, did not run particularly well in that race, but that was a pretty tough race, and I'm not in love with this horse, but I'm surprised she's 9-1. That seems like a bit of an overlay, that's all.
Yeah, generous price on Susie to the outside. Jamie Rodriguez going to be in the saddle. Let's meet the field, beginning with the number 1, French Tip, coming out of a try in the Honey Rider.
For a trainer who has had limited success over the last couple of seasons in New York.
Big price on the board. There's Abigail returning to the East Coast.
Well, listen, she's had a little time since her last start, shipping out to California. Perhaps she could get a little bit better.
Right Timing, your favorite?
Yeah, I mean, her last race was really impressive. I know she's a heavy favorite, but she was good in there. It's going to take a lot of beating.
There is Bella Knows, first start as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, listen, we talked about her, and, she could get another good trip and move forward and be a threat, second choice.
Mermaid, big price. I think we all were surprised she was able to wire the field last time.
Yeah, she did, but this is a tougher spot. I think wiring this field, first of all, doesn't seem likely, but also I think she's just in a very different group. Big price.
Salt Princess, a long shot that's second off the bench.
For a horse that was 3 wide around the track and didn't run that badly last time, she's an awfully big price, and she could get a piece of this.
Oh, I agree. Out of that same race, there's Getting Serious, dead heated for second.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this horse, she did break a little slowly, Get Serious, but I actually think Salt Princess ran the better race.
Integrity, last out winner.
Yeah, for Brennan Walsh, beating a fair field. I thought that the figure sort of holds up, but she wired the field. Not going to be the speed in all likelihood today.
And Susie to the outside.
She's the one I think is an overlay right now. I would imagine she's going to come down from there. I'm not sure why she's that big a price. What has she done wrong? I thought her last race was fine.
Well, let's take a look at the 3 Right Timing. We have touched on and alluded to quite a bit her impressive debut last time out, and turf debut, I should say. And here's a look at it as she was just really kind of extending her stride, though swapping leads on the stretch.
Yeah, as soon as Flavian kind of started riding her, she just ran away from horses in here. Now, you win a maiden race by 4 1/4 lengths. It's a pretty good sign, and she ran a solid time. She should be forward in this race. I'm not sure what there isn't to like in this race. Just seems like a very logical type horse.
Yeah, she's improved a lot from each of her starts, too. Obviously, no more so than getting onto the grass last time out, where she was so impressive. Beyond her, I know you had a little interest in the 9. Are you for or against the favorite in this spot?
No, I'm for her. I don't see any reason. I mean, to play against her at 3 to 5. I'm not saying 3 to 5 broke her maiden, but she just ran so much faster than these horses and did so easily. And she has speed. She's going to be forward, but she doesn't need to have the lead. And it's just interesting. We usually expect the Chad Brown good turf horses to be horses that at most run once in the dirt. The fact that he ran her twice in the dirt, he must have thought she had some ability. She just didn't really show it in the dirt, but it really peaked when she got to the turf. She was very impressive, and I don't see any reason to try to beat her, short price or not. I'm not saying I love 3 to 5, but doesn't she just seem like she may just be better than these horses?
She does. As we see some horses coming in from different tracks as well. Integrity broke her maiden at Gulfstream last time. What's she showing you today, Maggie?
She's not a bad-looking filly. I wasn't in love with her form coming in here, obviously. She definitely wants the turf, and that race, per se, wasn't anything special, where she ran in a style which is very conducive to success at Gulfstream Park. And the third-place finisher, well, she came back to win, and it was on the Tapeta, but only with a 56 buyer. And boy, I remember Pan running up in Saratoga several times last year, and she's still a maiden, but came in with a lovely disposition. She was nicely on the bridle, indicating that she will be forward yet again. And maybe there's some upside to her, because she does feel like a bit of a frame of a filly that is going to develop and get better as time goes on. Feels like a bit of a tough spot, considering she's outside of the favorite and has a somewhat similar running style. As we'll check in with Susie. I love that name. It's so clever. But she'll get Lasix for the first time in her career for her second start as a 3-year-old. Kind of noticed that she looked to get quite washy, at least just watching the replay there at Laurel. And a lot of times with the addition of Lasix, it will take the edge off of a horse. Obviously, I don't know how she was acting that day at Laurel pre-race, but she's very nicely settled today, and you can tell she isn't necessarily lathered up. Mind you, you want some sweat today. It's very warm. But I just like the fact that she's very laid back, and there was a slight steady late there. I thought she could have been third, and as you guys said, was wired by Coach Missoula that day. So another one where maybe there's still some upside with her. Acacia?
Yeah, she could be moving forward. Maggie, thank you. Susie, we'll see, as she is second off of the layoff as well. A horse that finished an okay fourth in the Hilltops last time out. See what she does. Now second off the bench, and still 8 to 1, a nice price.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's as good a price as she is right now. It's just sort of, the board seems pretty stagnant, right? Nobody's moving significantly. Probably the 6 and overlay at 27 to 1. She seems like a very fair price, Susie, on the outside. Heavy favorite or not, these are possibilities. I mean, not that I don't disagree. I mean, Bella knows this kind of horse, you run 70 buyers as a 2-year-old. They become in the 80s, but she did do it with extremely good trips. So, that's one thing that sort of works against it. But still, I did pick her second, and I think she could be second. But I wouldn't bet her at 5 to 1. I'd rather bet the 9 at 8 to 1 than her at 5 to 1.
Generous price on the board, 3 to 5 right now on Right Timing, though, as she will try to build off of that very impressive turf debut last time out. She's a short price. We're on the grass for the fillies and mares, going a mile and 16th in the 7th coming up. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Susie. All set. And they're off. Susie broke outward. Mermaid has early speed. It's Mermaid. Right to the front, and Right Timing is comfortable towards the inside with French Tip. That's the leading trio, joined to the outside by Integrity. Tightly bunched up front as Mermaid. Secured the front. No pressure, but moving forward is Integrity, is comfortable there in second at the rail. French Tip. Right Timing's in fourth. It's bottled up in between horses. Just had to steady. Just checked there, moving towards that turn. And 3 wide in that group is Getting Serious. 4 wide is Susie. Abigail cornering a little awkwardly there, and the orange cap is behind this leading pack. Then second to last is Bella Nose, and the trailer, Salt Princess. 23.07, the posted opening quarter mile. Mermaid with the nose advantage. Here's Integrity moving in closer and now challenging. Getting Serious is loping along there in third, is still 3 wide and at the rail. That's French Tip. who's back and forth with Right Timing, is now more comfortable in the clear, is in fourth, has taken that fourth position, now in behind the leaders through a 47.72 half-mile time. Susie's been wide throughout, starts to progress on the far outside. Abigail starts to roll from the back. Bella Nose and Salt Princess, the trailer. They move into the far turn. Integrity has now cut loose, and Integrity is up by 2. Right Timing immediately ready to pounce on this leader. Mermaids dropped out of it. Susie is now taken third. Abigail is wandering in between horses, now trying to squeeze on through as Right Timing is ready to challenge and take the front. It's Right Timing trying to sprint away and doing just that. Still chasing down towards the inside. Integrity from far out of it. Here comes Bella Nose, but Right Timing is approaching the final 16th, and Right Timing is up by open lengths once again. Right Timing, Flavia and Pratt, much the best. Bella Nose second, then came Abigail and Susie.
Right Timing, not exactly the smoothest trip for her either, but she once again pulled away with a dominant score to win.
I think the key here was you're supposed to bet a super and use the 2 names, third and fourth, Abigail and Susie. Third and fourth. I think we missed out on that angle, Acacia. Why weren't you all over that? This horse is good. I mean, it does feel like they wanted to give her a little bit of education, right? Because she didn't seem to want to rate, and they weren't exactly flying up front. And Flavia, who doesn't normally ride like that, was taking her back. It really felt like instructions. And then she sort of caught between horses in the backstretch. And I'm not saying she had a bad trip, but she had a very educational experience today, and she still drew up to an easy victory. And relatively fast rain. I mean, the turn has gotten very firm, obviously, though I think they had a little more rain down here than we did. You see a horse with 2 open-length wins like this. I mean, I have to imagine Chad circling races like the Lake George and the Lake Placid up in Saratoga. And I mean, I don't think we've seen any superstars in the filly division. I think the boys division is super tough.
Yeah, agreed.
But right now, a lot of times it feels like the girls have been better recently than the boys, the 3-year-olds. But I mean, I'm not sure this horse can't put herself into competition with some of the better 3-year-old fillies we've seen. I'm not saying Chad's pointing towards the Belmont Oaks, but he's looking at stakes, you got to think.
She's been very impressive. Gets another win here. Right Timing, very proud of herself on her way back to the winner's circle at 1-2 in the 7th.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Coming, Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it, and the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's all the runners on top of the world.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we continue on with our coverage over at Horseshoe Indy. And we are on the turf for race 5 coming up, going a mile and a 16th for Indiana breds. And I know you like a little bit of a price in here.
I have a ridiculous long shot of the day to throw a couple dollars on. The 4 Shirley and Angel is 40+1 now. You got a Temple City, who's an effective turf stallion. A Dam who was 3 for 13 on the turf, the first foal. So why can't this horse who can't run in the dirt improve a little on the turf? In a kind of race like this, I'm happy to bet a couple dollars at over 40-1.
Yeah, tepid 7-2 favorite, very wide open board, and maybe take a look at some prices as we check in over at Horseshoe Indy with Rachel.
Hey guys, yeah, this 5th race is Tony Granite's Toulouse, I believe. He's got 3 horses in here, so I'm just gonna talk to you guys. I kind of stood out there in the paddock and got to see all of his horses, and I'm telling you, the 3 was on her toes, fighting the bit, the groom, the entire time. And then when I went down to see the 9, the Smitten with Trouble, she got all excited when the 3, Dreaming Bonita, went around. So they were kind of very edgy, both of them. And then the 10 right beside the 9 stall, which is where Tony and I were, that she was jumping out of her stall as well. So very excited. I can't tell yet if it's the kind that I like or that I don't like. They didn't really rear up or do anything crazy. They just were ready to go. They were kind of darting out to the paddock. What did I just say, guys? Now the 3 scratched. She was crazy in the paddock. Now that she's scratched, I'm just going to say it. She was very, very antsy, and Tony had even spoke to it. So yeah, we are going to scratch right now the 3, Beautiful Esther, Tony Granite's trainee here, and I can't say that I'm shocked, you guys. With that being said, the 9 was pretty excited as well. Not as antsy. Now this is a half to Timeless Rose that Tony trained, which is a horse near and dear to my heart, as I picked her, I think, on her debut or maybe second out, and she was a $19 horse. You know, when you get those big scores and you really kind of go for them, those horses stick with you. So, but he said this girl is no Timeless Rose. I'll tell you, they were very excited, but he likes that she's going to try turf here in Indiana. He thinks that she's going to like it. And then the 10 was the level-headed of most, but gosh, if we didn't just prove in the last race with the 10 that just because a horse has been second recently does not mean that it's a winner. Makes me a little nervous that this horse has been 6 for 6, either second or third. Sweet Summertime, the 10, has Alex Achard aboard, who did have a double this week and has been heating up, which is a plus for him. But on my tip sheet, just to cover myself, obviously when I was in the paddock, the Tony Granite's trainees jumped out to me, but I do like the 8 on top here, Hotline Iris. Rodney Prescott for Rob Dobbs. This is a 3-year-old filly by Dialed In who's making her first start of 2026, and I just think that she's going to really come alive trying the turf. She did show form on the dirt, obviously, so now I like that she's on grass. She should like it by Dialed In, and then a Fed Biz, Damn Lady Blue, finished 3rd versus Similar that last race. She's gotten Lasix too. I can't say that I mean, that's just another positive. So with the 3 being out, I'm going to go ahead and say that I like the 8, and then the 9 and the 10 interest me a little bit in here as well. I think they've got everything changed around, and horses are potentially going to head to the gate here soon. But very exciting race. I'm going to go with the 8, Hotline Iris on top, and a little bit of Tony Granite's action beneath.
Rachel, thank you. Hotline Iris currently 3-1 right now on the board. As back over in New York, right timing with the victory. Our Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your race horses today. Right timing. Pretty impressive. Not the smoothest of trips either. She's now 2 for 2 on the grass, both open length victories.
Got a very good education in this race. I mean, Flavien took her back. She didn't seem to want to be taken back. She raided between horses outside of her, horses in front of her, and once she got out in the clear, which took a while, she just destroyed these horses. You know, it's relatively short rest, but I think there's a possibility we'll see her in about 3.5 weeks in the Saratoga Oaks. I know one thing, they'll probably have her to catch.
310 on Right Timing as she delivers at a very short price. Much the best. Late rally from Bella Nose and a late close from Abigail up the inside. As we head back over to Horseshoe Indy, they are loading in at the gate for race 5. Andy likes a bit of a price on the 4. Surely an Angel at 30-1.
Probably run like a 30-1 shot, but enough pedigree to bet a few dollars at that
Taking
price.
a shot.
Listen,
I like it.
Those prices, why not?
5-2 on the 10. Sweet Summertime. A lot of horses trying the turf for the first time. Race 5 coming up. John Dooley has the call.
Junior with Haziel. 5-year-old Haziel in. Samuel Ramirez with Shirley and Angel. Rodney Prescott, Hotline Iris. 3 Beautiful Esther was a late scratch. The 3 is a non-runner. Spinning with Trouble, Amir Mendoza has a 27-1 win on the card. One more, Alex Chardon, 6-time started Sweet Summertime. The course here was upgraded from good to firm at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here comes the 5th. They're in the gate. And they're off. Haziel was a bit slow to go. Golden Creek out to the lead for Mitchell Murrell and crosses over in front of, nearest the inside once more. Taken back was Dreaming Bonita, and in the red cap, Hotline Iris attends the early pace. It's Golden Creek, who leads out to the first turn from once more, and on the outside, Hotline Iris across the course with just over 6 furlongs to run. An early break to nearest the inside. Shirley and Angel joined by Sweet Summertime as they round the first turn, and then comes Haziel, who was last away from the gate. Dreaming Bonita next in formation as these maiden fillies and mare go to the back of this now firm rated course. Moonlight Girl is second to last, and Smitten with Trouble trails. The opening quarter was 23.40 seconds, making this backstretch run. And now Joseph Bimmer once more takes the top. It's once more who leads by 3/4 length. Hotline Iris second and well up for Rodney Prescott. They have just inside 4 furlongs left. Then comes Golden Creek running in third from Sweet Summertime, looking to make headway now out deep on the course for Alex Achard. Shirley and Angel is right there toward the inside, staying rooted to the rail at 48 feet. Haziel's drawn to within 6 lengths off this leader. Then comes Wide Moonlight Girl, who's covering a lot of ground from Dreaming Bonita, looking to quicken between horses, and Smitten with Trouble remains last of 9. Half mile 47.77. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Once more, Hotline Iris with on the outside, Sweet Summertime. Haziel making 4-path progress. It's up for grabs as they straighten away. 3/4 went in 113.02 seconds. Between horses, Sweet Summertime and the Black Blinkers. Hotline Iris. Haziel chimes in. Nearest the inside once more is under pressure. Dreaming Bonita heads the rest. Past the 16th with Alex Achard. Sweet Summertime is emerging. And Sweet Summertime has scored the winning run from Hotline Iris second, just over Haziel third. Once more was fourth. Then Dreaming Bonita, Moonlight Girl, and they spaced the others.
Sweet Summertime took a lot of attention and delivers as, I don't know if she actually went off the favorite, but she was the shorter price, getting onto the turf for the first time. 3-1 she went off.
I guess once every 10 or 20 years, a horse with no turf pedigree gets bet off a bad dirt figure, gets the money. But wow. I mean, the second dam was okay on the turf, but she's a known agenda. Not for me. Wow.
There's a look at Robert and Luana Lowe, co-owners and breeders of Renegade, looking to bounce back. They have a runner in the nightcap at the Big A. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. New York City. You see those colors for sure. Of course, Knicks with the win last night. I know Andy has some strong feelings about the bandwagon fans, but what a time for New York.
If you're really a Knick fan, I'm happy for you, like our man Ernie Munich. Ernie, I'm happy for Ernie, who is a diehard Knick fan, there through the bad times, unlike perhaps some others.
Race number 12. Race 12, my goodness, it feels like I'm back at Saratoga last week. Race 8.
Race 12? There could be 3 more races.
I was looking at
you're kind of screwing us here with
horse.
that.
I was looking at the 12 horse. Race 8 coming at Belmont at Big A. Maiden claiming on the turf. The 12 is owned by Robert and Luana Lowe is what I was going to say as we check in the paddock for Maggie.
Well done, Acacia. It's still recovering from a long week up at Saratoga, to say the least, as we'll take a look at some of the lighter raced horses that do occupy the 3 outside stalls in here. And we'll begin with Danny Gargan's at number 11, Visible, who does return here as a 3-year-old and gets the full makeover. He finally gets to the turf. He comes back as a gelding, and he gets Lasix. So he was actually a fairly laid-back customer in the paddock that day, so not really changing much in his disposition. He's quiet and laid back again. I didn't think he looked all that fit. I still don't think he looks all that fit. Despite getting Lasix and coming back as a gelding, I really feel like he'll benefit from this start, though the big caveat is he gets to the surface that he should prefer, and he looks like he should prefer this surface. Actually, now it's all coming back to me. This was the race that Grace Morley did with me when we had Kids Day up at the spa, and we talked about Law Professor, as this one is half to that Greatest Stakes winner, but he also is a stakes winner on turf, and there were 2 others to try it, and they both won on it. So he has a very slack pastern. He looks as though he should really appreciate this surface change with that bigger foot on him as well. I just wish he looked a bit more tucked up. As we'll move on to the $1.35 million yearling, that is number 12, Highlands Way, son of Not This Time, who also returns to the races as a gelding for his first start as a 3-year-old. He does exit a race that produced a stakes winner / Greatest Stakes placed runner and Cruise the Nile for Graham Motion, who now as a 3-year-old runs 94, 95 buyers in his efforts. But Highlands Way did absolutely no running. It says he threw his head, he just kind of like turned his head away from the assistant starter, and he just hesitated out of the gate. But after that, he never picked up the pieces whatsoever. Now, as you can guess, he paints a lovely picture here in the paddock. I mean, you're not paying that much money if they're not good-looking types with great conformation, and that is him. But woof, that first race was bad. Now, he does appear to be incredibly fit, very strong. Those blinkers do stay on, and it's always a tell of Todd Pletcher, I feel like, with debuters, especially 2-year-olds, getting blinkers or wearing blinkers first time out. He keeps them on here. He's kind of been talking to his other friends here in the paddock. So I wonder if this is a horse that really wants it. He might just lack that overall competitive spirit. As we'll check in with Todd's other horse, a first-time starter, Mount Aragal, as this is a son of Maxfield. 3 of the 6 siblings have won on the turf. The dam went 0 for 10 on it. But I do feel as though this horse really has a turf of very slack pasterns and comes in here well prepared. I like what I'm seeing from this guy. It's just unfortunately, all 3 of these horses I've talked about, Acacia, will have to do their best running from that far outside post, and I always feel like it's just so it's such a disadvantage to be effective in these turf races.
Maggie, thank you. Intriguing runners towards the outside. Taking a little bit of attention, Todd Pletcher, Mount Aragal debuting for the claiming tag here. We'll see as he does draw in. see if he's ready for this debut.
He's after 3 turf winners. They weren't that good, and when you get a Maxfield, you're not really getting a great turf influence up top. So it's the kind of horse you kind of want to see a good turf stallion if you're trying to elevate the dam side. Who knows? Not a great post, but certainly possible. As far as Highlands Way, it's not a good sign right away when you enter this horse that costs 1.3+ million in a turf race being its career. And as you point out to me, didn't take any money that day. And I mean, I know this horse blew the break, but Irad did what he could to get this horse motivated, and he just never got out of a gallop.
Yeah. I think Maggie's point is well taken, especially with him being gelded. Does he have the desire to run? As he is a horse that's by not this time. He's a half-brother to Bell's the One, really talented dirt sprinter. Yeah. Debuts long on the turf at the very end of his 3-year-old season. It's a bit tough.
And Todd dropping in for a tag, not that people are rushing to claim this horse. Without even trying the horse in the dirt. It's almost as like he's announcing to the world, I have worked this horse in the dirt, and he can't beat my bad horses. You know what I mean? It's just got to look. I mean, and you're talking about Todd Pletcher, who probably has as good an understanding of the relative talent of horses, working for Wayne Lucas with all those good horses when he had them. And obviously Todd, who's had so many great horses coming through his barn, probably has as good an opinion on the relative talents. Now listen, horses fool you in the morning, but Todd doesn't seem to have any interest whatsoever in trying this horse in the dirt.
Yeah, which is a really interesting point. You know, you brought up, as we were kind of talking off camera, a horse like Colonel Liam, who was very good and was an expensive purchase.
Very good horse.
But he actually started his career on dirt before they moved him to the turf. And I remember even throughout his career, Todd always saying, oh, I'd love to try him on dirt again. And,
yeah.
He had some stops in his career, but he started on the main track, which I always feel like, especially starting long on turf, not usually the best sign.
At least shows that he has some thought that I need to run him on the dirt. He cost $1 million, I think, Colonel Liam. Obviously, he was second to domestic spending with not a good trip in that Saratoga Derby. He was laid up. He came back day after Christmas, returned, galloped, won the Pegasus.
He won it twice.
Yeah, he won it twice. But he also, he dead heated with domestic spending, who did not get a particularly good trip when he was able to crawl along on the front end. And he kind of went awry a little bit after that race. But when Colonel Liam was good, he was very, very, very good.
Tepid 5-2 favorite on the 5, Authentic Legend. Beginning the post parade, though, with the 1 tail risk stretching out in distance.
Well, listen, you want a big price on a horse stretching out? Go for it. I don't, but who knows?
Fleet and Ready, dropping class for our friend Ray Handel.
I just want Dylan Davis to put this one on the front end and hope for the best.
Making his first start since January and has been gelded. Dinah D showed speed off the bench last time, gets a drop today.
Yeah, just come out of a race won by Glavin. That was a good field, I will say that.
Not facing much different company today. There's Authentic Legend, your tepid favorite.
Yeah, I mean, of the horses that have run, this is the one that has the best form.
Finished second last time out at a comparable level. All the way now to the 10, Dawson Ma stretching out.
Yeah, could be a bit forward, but probably overmatched.
0 for 12 so far in his career. Visible gets onto the turf for his 3-year-old debut.
A very dangerous horse that actually just dropped a favoritism, took a ton of money in the double as well. I have to, Law Professor is very good in the dirt, but he was actually good in the turf too, so there's plenty of pedigree.
Yeah, I thought he was very interesting. Highlands Way, who we've discussed for Todd Pletcher.
I think if you ask Todd, Todd's response would probably be, I have no idea. I mean, I remember in the past I've asked him, and he's like, I have no idea what this horse is going to do today. You hope for the best, but I don't know.
And the first-time starter, drawing in off the also eligible list, Mount to Aragon.
I mean, I would rather, if I was going to bet 1 or 2 from Todd, I would bet this one. I know I don't love the Maxfields in the grass, but there's turf on the dam side. And listen, the 12 could win this race. You never really know. But it's hard to be overly optimistic about that horse. And at least this horse is a total unknown with some pedigree.
The 11, Visible, is now tipped over to favoritism, which makes sense. As we'll go back over to the 5, though. As you mentioned, horses that have run on the grass, at least. This one has run fast enough races, finished second last time out from an outside post.
Well, in a lot of ways, whether he's favored or not, he's the horse to beat. Because you're hoping the 9's a turf horse. You're hoping the 12 is a horse. You're hoping the 13's a horse and a turf horse. I'm hoping the 2, who's run okay in the turf, can improve a little and wire the field. Authentic Legend has done it. So it is possible any number of those horses could, in fact, run okay today, and even 3 9D I don't want to completely dismiss as well. But all things being equal, sometimes you overcomplicate things, and a horse like this who's just done it on the racetrack is just the best horse in the race and gets it done because he's okay. He's no killer, but he's okay. He's consistent. And think about him, look at his consistency. Except for his debut, he's running by our figures right around 70. Might be good enough to win here. I mean, there's no superstars on paper so far based on what they've done.
The 2, Fleet and Ready, who comes back off of a bit of a layoff since January, drops in class for the first time. We can go back to that second race. I know he had an outside post in his second turf race going long, but this is a horse who does have some early foot and has been gelded.
He's got speed. He's supposed to go to the front. The rails are down. I don't know if it's really affected things. I don't think he ran badly in his second start, as you pointed out. Not the best of trips, pushing the pace in this last turf race. They tried the dirt. It didn't work out. This is where he belongs. He's a new gelding. I'm taking him to wire the field, but we'll see.
5-1.
Yeah,
right?
not his 3-year-old debut, but close to it, right?
And coming back off a bit of a layoff, Maggie, for Fleet and Ready. How's he look off the bench?
Yeah, Andy, I feel like that's fair to say it's his 3-year-old debut, considering, well, he was born a little bit after that race back in January. But Fleet and Ready looks ready. He is really well muscled in here, and he's showing all the signs that you want to see from a horse that projects to show speed. He's been on the muscle. You can see he's kind of doing that pee-off, that prancing in place nearly as he is circling to get onto the turf course with the pony. So I think he makes a good bit of sense, but as he drops in class here, what are we going to see as far as improvement with him? I thought he was a good-looking type last year, but we'll see what he does now coming back here on the turf as a 3-year-old. I'm going to go with number 3, Dinah D. I just think overall, and there's a few horses in here who have faced some tough fields, but overall, Dinah D has been in some deep fields. And now he finally gets Lasix as he drops in class for the first time. He was sent for speed. He was battling on the for the lead in the 3 path, so wider. He finally got clear down the backside, and he stopped. Could he need Lasix? Yeah, totally, as I just think he looks stronger now. Obviously now as a 3-year-old, but also second off the bench here for Mike Deeney, and it is a decent price. I think Fleet and Ready's probably fastest, but Dinah D should be forward here with Ricardo Santana climbing aboard, a little bit more of an aggressive rider than Dylan Davis. But number 5, Authentic Legend, 2-1 favorite, absolutely no problems with taking this horse at all. I thought he looked great relative to last time, where I thought maybe you could strengthen up. He's done so. He was breaking from the far outside in his last 2. Now he draws more inside. He just projects to get the right trip, and we know that he's fast and talented enough to take down this field, Acacia.
He's the one that's done it on the turf thus far. Maggie, thank you. Very interesting, intriguing, wide open race in the 8th. Working with the number 11, Visible, gets on the turf for the first time. Final thoughts, Andy?
I hope the 2 wires the field, but I don't have any strong convictions here. I'm curious to see if the 12 can run at all.
Yeah. See if he shows some more on the drop in class. We'll soon find out. Race 8, the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Aragon goes in. All set. And they're off. Dawsama broke sharply towards the front, and Dinah D's in the early mix too. They're going to be 1-2, but Dawsama, Sylvester Gonzalez with a head advantage. They work towards that first turn. Mount Aragles trying to save some ground, moves over, is going to be in the 3 path here into that turn as a challenging third, with towards the inside and between horses Authentic Legend, and at the rail Fleet and Ready. The front 2 are Dinah D and Dawsama, now a stalking second. Very keen, just having to check and steady. Roughly, there was Authentic Legend and Jose Lescano back to 4th, got passed by Fleet and Ready towards the inside, and Mount Aragol. Gap of another 4, back to Highlands Way, is progressing, is comfortable enough, is in behind that leading group, and towards their inside comes Visible, the trailer, Tail Risk. They work up the backstretch, and they're chasing Dinah D. Dinah D is comfortable, is up by 3/4 of a length. Dawsama back for more. Fleet and Ready, ground-saving journey towards the inside. 48 seconds flat, the posted, half-mile time. Authentic Legend, still trying to settle, is cornering towards the outside here as they work into the turn. In between horses, going to be in tight as Highlands Way, and at the rail, nowhere to go yet for Visible. Mount Aragle's lost some ground, and the trailer, still Tail Risk. Tightly bunched up. front as they work into that forward turn, and they're now approaching a quarter mile left to go. Dinah D still with a neck advantage. Fleet and Ready wants off the rail to chase, and here comes Fleet and Ready into the two-path. Dawsamaw trying to pick things up. Authentic Legend, and here comes Highlands Way is on the grandstand side coming after Dinah D, who's still in front. It's Dinah D with the lead, but Highlands Way starts to roll, and Flavienne Pratt will pick up another one inside the final 16th. Highlands Way will draw away and win it. Dinah D's second, Fleet and Ready, and up late, that was Visible for fourth.
Highlands Way on the drop-in class, much improved. He found himself just in the right company today.
Yeah, he won easy, though. I mean, listen, I can't imagine somebody claimed him, but you never really know. And if you did, you probably didn't do that badly. Nobody claimed him. Made a little 2-3 box. Wasn't close. Second and third, but not close. This horse was much the best. So I'm not sure why Dylan was so aggressive about rating a 2, but it wouldn't have mattered. This horse was winning regardless.
I got a little bit keen early on. There was some shuffling and moving around, but at 7-2, Highlands Way on the drop-in class, much improved. Second time out against some softer company for Todd Pletcher. Flavienne Pratt in the saddle gets the victory in the nightcap. Bring you prices and more. We have one more to show you from Horseshoe Indy as well after this.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. Top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes, plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Thanks for sticking with us as we take a look at the field for race 6 at Horseshoe Indy coming up. Mile and a 16th on the turf. It's a maiden claiming. We're both a bit surprised to see the 10 as the favorite right now.
The 10 has the best turf, I don't know. The 10's turf races are okay. And that was, excuse me, that's what Eddie Keneally had this horse. Eddie Keneally's a tough guy to claim horses from. He's so good.
Who'd you like?
I bet a few dollars in the 3 who has some pedigree.
Play on player, a little bit of sugar first time on the turf. Let's check in though over at Horseshoe with Rachel.
You guys aren't going to believe this because you're not going to be able to see it, but it is sunny right now and I'm getting rained on. There's little sprinkles coming and yeah, I'm definitely getting a little rained on right now, which just shows you there's probably more coming here in Indiana. If you get sprinkles, we're probably later going to get some rain. I will say that in turf racing here, when you're going short, it's definitely on the lead, but more often than not, when you're going to 2 turns, going long on the turf here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's more of a late pace scenario that you're looking for. Horses with stamina definitely are ones you want to look at. That being said, we're going to mile and a 16th here today, and I went with Ability on top. I didn't really know what to do with this race, you guys. This one was my least favorite of the 6 that I was going to do for you guys. I don't get why the 10 is the favorite either, to be quite honest with you guys. The 7 Ability, my top selection. Most recent efforts have just been abysmal, to be honest with you, and I try to keep it positive, but I mean, this horse has no form to speak of. I'm going to give it some excuses, though, because Justin Wojcinski is how I think that John says it. The trainer for the 7 Ability has 25% when he's going from dirt to turf. Now, they wanted turf last time, obviously, and it got taken off. When you go back to some of this horse's other form on turf, I'm going to give excuses because it was the first time that this horse, one of the races was here. It was June 3rd, and it was the first time the horse had ever been on turf. I'm a firm believer that sometimes horses need to try something once and they vastly improve the second time. And the second one was a race at Ellis. It was super tough. It was a $100,000 full horse field. So I'm going to give her an excuse for that as well. I don't know, you guys, with the recent form, I'm not sure, but maybe she's got some tactical, the way that she has run in the past before the finish, she shows a little bit of tactical speed. We'll see what happens. And then the 10, Sheramia is definitely one to consider coming off that second place. Effort and outside speed is always key. But when you see a horse get second in a 5-horse field like it did last time, even if it did come off the turf and they wanted to be on the grass, there's a little bit of a question mark for me. You know, of course, she's got action in the past because she's a 4-year-old daughter of American Pharoah. But I agree that she probably should be the favorite in this field. I don't think anybody knows really what to do here. And then I'll kind of round it out with a 5. Figurine. This one gets Summer Polly for Ed Moger. They have hooked up for some nice finishes in the last few race weeks. Summer rides really well for Ed Moger. This is a 3-year-old fully by Raging Bull. Second nosed out last time, routing here on the turf. Stretching out just a little bit to mile 16th. I think she's going to like it. So, yeah, in this race, I don't know what's going on with the 10 being the favorite still as they're approaching the starting gate. I went 7, I think include the 10, and then I rounded it out with the 5 Figurine here today, you guys. This will do it for me. Thanks for joining us here at Horseshoe Indy. Back to you in New York.
Rachel, thank you very much. Thanks for the insight all afternoon as we see horses stepping onto the turf for the 6th at Horseshoe Indy. Sheramia still currently the favorite at 9-5, dropping back down in class and getting back onto the turf.
I'm only betting if I can bet a price and a little bit of sugar, at least unlike my last ridiculous pick, did enough running. It just might be a thoroughbred, and the pedigree is all turf. So why not?
We'll soon find out. Race 6, Horseshoe Indianapolis. Up next, here's John Dooley.
Would be a turf double for Alex Achard. 7-1 on Player. Here over the mile and 16th. Javier Padron Barcenas Shadoni has taken her position. Micah Meeks, little bit of sugar. That leaves 2 back. Declan Cannon with Zeddy. Right now, Sheramia, the 8-5 favorite, the last to join up. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Randy Matthews. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., 17 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. Of course, during the card was upgraded from good to firm, and they're all in. Ready. And they're off. And Zeddy between horses, little bit of sugar. Play on Player has a red cap, and Ability also part of an early wave. It's Zeddy. For Declan Cannon, the 6-year-old mare, Zeddy engaged up the inside as they make their way toward the first turn. This early bid here by Figurine with Summer Pauly, who leans out to the stretch. It's Figurine, who leads the field around the first turn run from Zeddy with on the outside Sheramia, and Play on Player is right there toward the rail off of Zeddy's heels as they go to the back. With Ability 5th upon settling by 2. Little Bit of Sugar's a ground-saving 6th. OG Lemon Drop is 7th in between horses, joined out wide by Shadoni, and will settle back into the hands of Joe Ramos. Nancy Mack has dropped back to 9th and last. Figurine leads. The opening quarter was a flat 23, so solid gallop on here. It's Figurine who dictates the field past the half-mile pole in front of a tracking Zeddy. A length of Sheramia, third on the outside for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. In the meantime, Mitchell Merle, play-on player, is a ground-saving 4th ability, 5th. Then on the outside, Shadoni in 6th, as they now go to the far side of the Caesars course with OG Lemon Drop. Nancy Mack up one spot. That relegates Little Bit of Sugar to last. Half mile for front-running Figurine. 47.39 seconds. Figurine leads coming toward the quarter pole. Zeddy right there narrowing the margin, and Sheramia is at the point of attack. To the inside is play-on player. Ability tips to an outside path. They straighten away, and it's Sheramia. Sheramia charging to take the lead. 3/4 1 minute 11.51 seconds with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sheramia has opened up a margin on them coming inside the final half furlong. Ability getting into second. Nancy Mack is third. Zeddy capitulates. It's Sheramia out to the maiden ranks by 3. Ability was second. Nancy Mack third. Zeddy finished 4th. Then Shadoni from OG Lemon Drop and play on player.
Sheramia gets the win as the favorite. That will do it for us. We'll quickly say goodbye. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back tomorrow with some more action. Here in New York, we saw some nice winners today, including My Magic Wand in race 2, who showed up with a nice performance after taking some heat. And how about in the 7th race, Right Timing, who has been dominant since switching to the turf, back-to-back open lengths victories. We'll return tomorrow on from 1 to 5 p.m. on FS2. We'll see you then.